I'll take this one. Yeah. This is my problem. I don't make it open. This is like oh my god. Yeah, and you say well, yeah, I found it about the goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear students, I'm very happy to welcome you, but I will be very short. Before leaving the floor to the president of the University of Montpellier, Philippe Augé, I have a very small announcement for you. The first one is that you can switch to English language when French speaker will speak by using a QR code, which is here, this one. For the PhD student who attend at the moment the summer school, there is a WhatsApp group, and we send this QR code to the WhatsApp group. So you can switch by just putting your headphone on. So I will not be longer, and I will immediately leave the floor to Philippe Augé.
Merci Gilles. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. It's better for me to speak French because my English is not very good. So with a translator, it's better for all. Très heureux, donc, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Alors, je pense que la traductrice est en ligne, que notamment celles et ceux qui sont en ligne peuvent m'entendre en anglais, les autres s'ils ont leur casque. Donc, très heureux de vous accueillir ici. Je vais être relativement bref dans le cadre de ce projet CHARM-EU, un appel à projet qui avait été initié il y a déjà quelques années, puisque c'était en 2019. C'était donc une alliance d'universités est devenue ensuite une alliance encore plus prestigieuse, puisque aujourd'hui, eh bien, ça regroupe 9 prestigieuses universités européennes qui, mais vous le savez, vous êtes convaincus, visent à développer un projet innovant, un projet commun, afin d'améliorer la qualité, la compétitivité, la mobilité et également l'attractivité de l'enseignement supérieur européen. Cette alliance charme, je ne vais pas la développer, mais progressivement, eh bien, cette alliance charme a développé différentes actions. Différentes actions, c'est peut-être la plus visible d'entre elles, le master donc CHARM-EU, qui est finalement aujourd'hui connu dans nos différents établissements. C'est le premier master conjoint autour des challenges globaux pour le développement durable. Et finalement, lancé en 2021, et aujourd'hui, il a pris son rythme de croisière. Mais au-delà de cela, il y a d'autres actions dans le cadre de CHARM qui sont conduites, notamment la création de bureaux communs à nos différentes institutions. Peut-être ça, vous le connaissez un peu moins, tels que la communication, la scolarité, la recherche, l'informatique, les systèmes, la pédagogie, l'innovation, montrant finalement que nos différents établissements doivent travailler dans l'ensemble de leurs thématiques. Si je reviens donc au master qui a été créé sur les défis globaux pour le changement durable, c'est un cursus transdisciplinaire. Cursus transdisciplinaire, cursus bien sûr très innovant, basé sur la résolution de défis de terrain en phase avec les problématiques que nous rencontrons aujourd'hui. Et quand je dis le nous, c'est au niveau de la société. Et les étudiants eh bien, sont recrutés sans critères de discipline, ce qui déjà eh bien, met en évidence le caractère transdisciplinaire. Caractère transdisciplinaire qui n'est pas le seul donc, au niveau de CHARM-EU, puisque au cours de 2 années, c'était en 2023 et 2024, dans le cadre de ce diplôme partagé, eh bien, l'université avait accueilli des écoles de terrain international qui sont déroulées notamment sur différents sites à la région, le bassin de Thau par exemple, Et puis, l'année dernière, c'est en 2024, il y a eu un module partagé, un module adossé à la recherche qui a été organisé donc par l'Université d'Utrecht et le CIRIC. Et je pense qu'effectivement, au-delà de la formation, eh bien, il faut aujourd'hui, et c'est un élément de crédibilité de ces universités européennes, réfléchir à la recherche. La formation, c'est bien, mais n'oublions pas que nos universités vivent sur les deux piliers que sont la formation et la recherche. Et il faut également travailler en partenariat et travailler également sur ces questions donc de transdisciplinarité. Cette conférence donc s'intègre aujourd'hui dans la première école d'été et doctorants CHARM du 23 au 27 juin. Donc bienvenue à celles et ceux qui ne connaissaient pas Montpellier et qui découvrent donc aujourd'hui Montpellier, puisqu'il y a 26 doctorantes et doctorants de l'Alliance qui sont pour cette école d'été d'une semaine. Donc vous êtes réquisitionnés, pourrait-on dire, ici donc dans cette journée. Une conférence aujourd'hui qui réunit 9 experts de la transdisciplinarité, 9 experts des 9 universités CHARM-EU. Finalement, ça montre que cette question de la transdisciplinarité eh bien, se pose dans l'ensemble de l'établissement d'enseignement supérieur. Et je salue tout particulièrement donc Mircea Sofonea, qui est un collègue qui va intervenir sur ces questions-là. Je le mets souvent en avant parce que c'est un collègue qu'on a beaucoup vu donc, dans les médias internationaux, qui affichait toujours l'Université Montpellier quand il se présentait, ce qui est, je le remercie pour cela, notamment sur les questions donc Covid et questions de pandémie. Et c'est vrai que cette approche transdisciplinaire a été lancée notamment grâce à ces initiatives. Je remercie bien évidemment les autres collègues qui interviendront. Excusez de ne pas les citer toutes et tous. Et puis un merci tout particulièrement à l'équipe qui porte le projet CHARM au niveau de l'Université de Montpellier, tout particulièrement Gilles Subra et son équipe, et puis l'ensemble de la direction des relations internationales. Je salue également le vice-président donc en charge de ces questions-là. Voilà, je ne serai pas plus long parce que je parle français. Ceux qui n'ont pas le casque ne m'ont pas compris, mais bon, on fait semblant. Donc, dans un propos bref, on fait souvent tous semblant à un moment donné dans nos cursus. En tout cas, très bonne journée à vous toutes et à vous tous. Je salue également l'ensemble des collègues qui nous ont rejoints ici pour cette semaine. Très bons travaux et au plaisir d'échanger dans d'autres projets de Charme parce que Charme est une aventure au long cours. Merci.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Before we start this very first conference, so I'm a little bit anxious because it's the first time here. So we are very pleased to welcome all of you. It was said by the president, but also we wanted to use this day, this conference, and the World Summer School in general to have your input. As Philippe Augé said, and I know that it is in the mind of all the rectors and presidents of CHARM-EU universities, the research is very important. I see this conference as one of the first stone of the foundation of what could be the research we can share within the universities. And so before giving the floor to the 9 distinguished speakers we will have all along this day, we took the opportunity to honor, to give 2 awards. In fact, to give 3 awards. In the University of Montpellier, each year, we distinguish 3 PhD students that does an extraordinary work in terms of not transdisciplinarity, but interdisciplinarity. And today we have the chance to have 2 of them. So I will invite the member of the jury, Patricia Cookie and Deborah Nouri, to come with me on the floor, and we're gonna ask the 2 students to come. The first one is Loïc Neuf. So Loïc, if you can. So before giving the parchment, maybe Loïc did his PhD at the University of Montpellier. There is doctoral schools in the University of Montpellier, and the one to which Loïc belongs is Gaia, which is the doctoral school devoted to the study of the life, earth, science in general. So the title of his PhD was Éthoacoustique et intelligence artificielle, application à la protection des cétacés. It was directed by Bastien Mérigot et Hervé Glotin. from the laboratory Marbec in Montpellier. So marine biodiversity, exploitation and conservation of the sea. And I will give you the floor for a short explanation of your PhD.
Thank you. So just to explain in English, I worked on dolphins and how you can use AI and statistics and bioacoustics to explain the sound that marine mammals make. And so I combine all of these different subjects to be able to try to create ways to protect dolphins from bycatch in France. And so that was kind of my PhD and my work. So thank you for the prize. And I would like to thank also my PhD director who is in the room that I don't see, but is right there. So yeah, thank you.
Maybe we can take a picture because it will be the only and last one. It's okay. Thank you again. So now it's my pleasure to welcome Rachel Topneau. Rachel belongs to the doctoral school chemistry and biology. So she did a PhD which was entitled Bruit transcriptionnel extrinsèque et intrinsèque dans le contrôle de la latence du VIH. And I was under the direction of Edouard Bertrand and Ovidiu Radulescu from the IGH, so the Institute of Human Genetics in Montpellier. So congratulations, and I will leave you the microphone to give a few words.
Hello, everyone. And first of all, thank you for the prize. It's an honor. Just to say a few words, for my PhD thesis, I combined cellular biology, microscopy and image analysis, and mathematical and statistical modeling to understand how the HIV virus reawakens from its dormant state. And we use this as clues to find patterns in the transcriptional noise to help us understand more deeply the mechanism behind the latency exit of the HIV virus. And of course, I would like to thank my two supervisors who are not here right now, and my lab members, without whom I couldn't have done this. Yeah, thanks.
I'm going to take another picture from my promise in the last one. Thank you very much. Merci. Okay, I will also want to thank the jury of the prize, and I hope they will do it the same good job next year. So it's time to begin the conference, and I will leave the floor to my colleague who's gonna introduce the first speaker, so Maria Claudia. The floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Montpellier. I hope today we are not that warm. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Laura Helston. She's a postdoctoral researcher in theology at Abo Academy in Turku, Finland, with a PhD in systemic theology. She brings a deeply interdisciplinary approach to her work, collaborating across physics, chemistry, biology, and arts to explore how we communicate and co-create knowledge. I cannot explain her research because I don't understand, but she probably will explain us better. So I please ask you to join me welcoming Laura Helston.
Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you. Yes, I'm here from Akademi, and I am going to talk about both my own research the past 5 years and some of the projects that have been happening at Akademi around transdisciplinary research. Let's start. Yes. So my project started as a center of excellence found in the foundation of Akademi, which was called BASE, Bioelectronic Activation of Cell Functions. In this project, we had researchers from physics, chemistry, and biology working together in order to understand the activation of cell functions with the help of electronic stimulation in a platform that wanted to detect and change the constitution of cell functions. And then they invited me there as this ethnographic participatory observer. So I was a theologian taken into the project to look and study the researchers while they were doing research. And what I will speak to you about today is what I found when I observed the researchers and their projects. The first thing is that I was given a very specific task. I was to look at the ethics. Is there any problematic ethical discussions that arise from the research? Manipulating cells is also changing life, possibly, or working with heart disease, cancer, other things. But also, and this is foremost what I will speak about today, is science communication. So how do they speak internally with each other? What kind of barriers exist? What kind of problems happen? Are they aware of it? And so forth. So this is how I looked at it. And to start with, I can just say very shortly and clearly that the relationship between the physics and chemistry was quite interdisciplinary. So they actually transferred methods and knowledge between each other and had, an active dialogue. And this was not that problematic. They kind of understood each other. But then we brought in the biology people. And all of a sudden, it got very messy. So, of course, there was an intention to share methods and knowledge between also biology and physics and chemistry, but it didn't always work. There were lots of things that even when they were talking and trying and talking and trying, still didn't match. So this is one of the first things I found, was that this maybe was more multidisciplinary than even interdisciplinary, and definitely not transdisciplinary. Then, of course, also adding me as a theologian there, I was just given a task. So I wasn't even part of, the research happening there. I couldn't affect it. So this also made it more multidisciplinary than transdisciplinary. But what was very interesting was that I was also to look at the communication with stakeholders. And now we're already moving into possibly transdisciplinary relationships. And what happened was that one of the main researchers in this project, Cecilia Sahlgren, had a project that she had created or envisioned already before this project. And when she told me about it, I thought, this is a fabulous idea. Let's do something with this. One part of this was also because we all of a sudden ended up being in the middle of the COVID period. So I couldn't go out and talk with normal people on the streets freely. But what Cecilia had envisioned was that, what if I talk about my science, my research to an artist? What happens? And this is what happened. Let's put the sound on. Good. Okay, there's no sound. Yeah, good. Technical. But I'm happy somebody's mastering it, not me. Yes? There's going to be a second one as well, so I prefer you get the sound working.
We repair a broken heart with notch.
So let's start from the beginning.
100 years ago, researchers studied fruit flies to understand how life is created. They discovered notches in the wings of the flies caused by mutations.
Notches.
This led to the discovery of a protein called notch. This protein regulates all cellular life. Can we repair a broken heart with notch?
I love you with all my heart.
Now we enter the pumping heart. The blood runs through the artery. The walls are built up of cells. The cells must keep together to let the blood pass safely.
Hello,
Hello,
blood
red
cells.
blood cells. How are you? We keep this strong.
Don't worry, we are strong.
Blood cells go. Faster, faster.
Pressure goes up.
Pressure goes up.
The heart works hard. Blood pressure goes up. The cells must be strong.
Pressure goes up.
Pressure goes up.
What a speed.
Hold on, faster red blood
Keep
cells.
it tight.
We are strong. We fix it with notch.
We fix it with notch.
Cells talk to each other through notch. Notch regulates life. We studied the heart of the zebrafish as a living model.
We fix it with notch.
Sorry, I don't love you anymore. I leave you. Bye-bye.
Oh no, you are breaking my heart.
The cells in the artery wall give up. They lose contact. The wall breaks.
What's up?
What?
It was you.
No,
You let go.
no, it wasn't me. It was you.
No.
You let go.
No, no, no.
The cells are misbehaving. The blood vessels are weak and cannot transport oxygen and nutrients.
No. Hey, hey, you there. You. White blood cells are coming.
White blood cells are coming.
Order. My heart.
White bloods try to fix it, but in vain.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Come on. Hey. Oh no, let's go.
Myocardial infarction.
Stressed coronary cardiomyopathic.
Takozubo.
Takotsubo.
Heart rate attack.
Oxygen hypoxia. Artery coronary plaque ruptures.
No contact between wall cells. The heart will die. What shall we do? How can we make the cells behave and work together? Shake hands again. Can we use electricity to make the cells notch together? An electrical band-aid.
Take my hand.
Take my hand. Shake my hand.
We
are strong again.
The stimulation of the cells make them notch. Hold hands again. The heart is working.
Don't worry. We keep this strong.
Electricity.
Go on a little bit longer, but you got the point. So he is saved and the project is saved and everybody understands what it was about. Of course, in the end, actually, let's see, can I get back to the presentation? The project base did not solve this problem at all. They did not get to this point of creating the Band-Aid. But we had a lot of interesting Are we? Yeah. I need to get back there. Yes. No. Okay. Yes, champagne, that's the important thing to celebrate. Just push it. Yes, that should help. Thank you. Yes? No. Okay. Yes. Okay. Perfect. So what did we learn? Yes, that's what I'm going to speak about now. Just to explain this, the setup of the study, and I will do this a bit faster. I wanted to follow what Lawrence et al. Have said about transdisciplinary research. So what are the main components? What's needed in order for it to be transdisciplinary? The first thing is that there needs to be multi and interdisciplinary actors present. So what I did, inspired by this collaboration that Cecilia had created with Antonia Ringbom about the animation, was that I also invited a set of researchers, both from the Centers of Excellence at Stiftelsen Åbo Akademi and the research profiles of Åbo Akademi, to come and work together for a science communication project. There were doctoral students, postdocs, assistant professors, and so forth. So we had a multi and interdisciplinary crew of various kinds of backgrounds. Then the second thing is that I wanted to involve the non-academic societal actors. And in this case, that worked to create this relationship between artists and researchers. So those were the societal actors I brought into the study. And what happened then was that I paired together as 7 artists and 8 researchers, and created a transdisciplinary transformational work package for them to be in. In that, we both had communication workshops with storytellers and working on storytelling exercises, bettering their communication skills, and all of this kind of things that you're normally not doing in academia, but I just pushed them all into it and they were happy to go. But the second thing was that they also were given a task to co-create a project or artistic or arts and science presentation that would be then shown to a large audience of people. And what I did through that was to be part of this whole process and follow up what happened between the researchers, between the artists, between the presentation that was given and the audience, and how they interpreted and understood this. So there were questionnaires and big events and discussions happening, and then I've brought up those things into the project. And one of the main things I learned from this, and we'll need to move a bit faster now, is in the Avtryck i det okända, Forcing the Impossible project, we found that, first of all, it was not a fully transdisciplinary project, even the extension that I now created, because the artists weren't there to solve big life questions and being part of the whole process. But that's actually very rare. Very rarely are the societal actors brought into this project work as it should be, according to the papers. But we did our best. And the things that we learned were that there's different kind of knowledge that can come out of transdisciplinary research. One of them is what's called transformative knowledge. So this is to recap for some of you, in transdisciplinary research, we don't have solutions. We will not solve the problem. That's the whole the setup of it. We cannot propose, this is how it's going to work. What we can do is that we can try out things, but also the things we try out are going to have a huge impact and might change the whole system we're looking at. So it's really a tricky point. And that's why what we worked with was more let's say I didn't even expect that I can measure something as transformation. But what I can look at, and what we did look at, and what we did notice, was that there was a raising of awareness with the participants and with the audience. We also saw that a lot of the artists actually wanted to use, and the researchers were sometimes comfortable with it, to use emotions and feelings and kind of other parts of the human constitution in order to create this awareness and this willingness to make change. But at the same time, real change. So in this project here, it's a discussion that was made between a democracy researcher and a musician. And they created a performance with artists from Belarus and spoke about dictatorship and the democracy and the challenges found there. So at the same time, when we had this event and I followed up on what happened, people did say that they were deeply touched, that they felt that this was very important, that it kind of gave them a new perspective of how to work in society. But I don't know if it changed anything. I don't know the consequences. I don't even know how to measure such a thing, to be honest. Another part of this knowledge that can be gained from transdisciplinary research is more of an orientational knowledge. So this is to understand, okay, we're not solving the problem, but we might know where we're going with it. And I'm really saying this very much to doctoral students now, because this is very frustrating. The process of transdisciplinary work is often very frustrating. We're not getting where we want to get, and there's lots of obstacles on the way. But what we can get, and what I found was very helpful, and some of you actually, we did some of these things yesterday, was that to use embodied practices, nonverbal communication, learning by doing, doing together, these kind of things, so that there's a sense of, okay, we are a team and we're working together and we're creating something. And in that awareness, something is awoken on what we could be doing next. And that's what we were learning also in this. In the photo, you see another concert that was created by a marine biologist together with a musician. And then also the audience were invited to interact in the research with the materials that the musicians were giving that were based on research. Then the next one is system knowledge. And this is really the key. For me, this is to understand what a research project that's transdisciplinary actually is about. What are the components? What are the things that happen? And this was mostly and best in the research I followed, done when people actually visited each other's laboratories, went to each other's field work, hanged out with each other, not sitting like we're doing here in a conference room talking about research, but going and doing research together, looking at how we're practicing things, and then starting to have a conversation from there. So there's another video, but I'm going to skip that, where the marine biologist is showing her instruments to the musician, and they're creating a really interesting interaction. And this is one of the projects where they actually worked like for the half a year, met every second week, and kept on doing and doing and doing, and had a lot of benefits out of that. But they're all online, so you can watch them later. It's fine. And then the last process is the process knowledge. So this, again, is something that was really strong for me, to start understanding that when we bring people together, there's not just a question of chemistry and you know, do we understand each other? Do we talk the same language? But there's also a process of how our disciplines function in time, in space. Meaning that somebody who's doing certain kind of data will be able to publish very fast. You know, you make the measurements, and I know it's not easy to get good measurements, but still, you know, you can process and then you send it out. While our project that happened 5 years ago, I have still published very little on it. Because as the last one in the link, the theologian who needs to think and think and think, you know, it just takes time. And before I know what's actually valuable knowledge to share, they have already forgot about the project, the chemistry and biology people, you know. They show the video, then they bring it forth, and they think this is a good thing because it starts a discussion and makes things easy. But, you know, I'm still lacking behind, and this is just the way it is. So the last thing I want to say, because I know that I'm running out of time, is that from all of this that I learned, the orientational knowledge, the transformational knowledge, the process knowledge, and the system knowledge, I have currently then created a new project which wants to look at what we can do in order to make transdisciplinary research much better and much more functioning. So in this, I'll leave it with this last slide here. There's 3 components. And they are, the first thing is I bring people just like you now into something that's a retreat-like setting, meaning that they're taken away from the university. Okay, we're in a university today, but most of you have traveled here from far away, and you're spending this special time in a bubble together with others. It's very important to have time to reflect, to have time to do and be together. And the most important thing in all of these processes that I followed was the community work that was done. And the community work was done eating lunch together, sleeping in the same cottage. That's what we do in my project. Hanging out, you know, going out walking, going out swimming, being sailing, whatever the practice is. So totally non-related research practices, seemingly, but that's actually what works. That's where people start creating, talking, getting to know each other and see what functions, how they work together. And then from that, it seems that communities are created that can work together for a longer period. And what I have found is that what we do in our project is that we bring people into these symposia where we read travel narratives from the medieval period, you know? Like far back in the time, where somebody is describing how nature looked. And then I have a marine biologist and an artist and an activist coming together and looking at that and reading the text and discussing, this is how they understood stones, or plants, or trees, or the interaction between humans and other species, non-human species. And from there, a creative process, which might look like it's totally irrelevant for the science, actually starting to brew. And something comes that's new. And so far, one of the key things in this, and this is my last point, is that I really found that I need my colleague, Eduardo Abrantes, or other artists that are artistic research practitioners, because they are the key in bringing in the process work. And really focusing on how do we work in the process with the process. We need facilitators. That's one of my key takes for transdisciplinary research. It won't happen on its own. We need to be doing things that we're not comfortable doing in new environments and with people that help us in the process. So thank you for this, and I hope you go and see all the presentations that are online.
Thank you, Nora. So we are going to have questions at the end of the session, but we have 5 minutes to cover some questions. So if anyone wants to ask something, or maybe online if we have any questions or feedback.
I've got one. Thank you very much for this very unusual for me, because I am a chemist talk, but very inspiring. You talk something that catch my mind. It was about a kind of opposition between conducting transdisciplinary research and the fact that the topic of the research is a big idea or not. I have about the same feeling, so I was wondering if it's possible to do transdisciplinary research only on a more limited space, or if you have to have something very big question for the people to understand what is the goal of the research.
Thank you. That's a very good question. So one of the things I learned was that these non-academic actors, for them, it really is, I'm here to save the world, you know? That's why they come. Or I want to see change happen in a specific area which is close to my heart. So from that point of view, yes, we need to talk like that. You know, we need to be idealistic. We need to have a vision. We need to be researchers that don't stuck with the technicalities of the problem. But, and then there is a point of, okay, which is one of the things that we do in this project a lot, the one that I'm reading now, is to look, okay, but what is then like the knowledge that can be co-created? What is the practice or the knowledge that is brought in from different partners? And in that point, I would still, argue that, yes, we need to know our own trade. We need to know our knowledge and have our scientific practices and stick with them. And that can be a bit nerdy, and stay with some kind of not so big topic, because that's the field we work in. And then the new thing happens when we bring that into a new setting. I don't know if this answers your question, but that's how I would look at it. Yeah.
One here.
Thank you, Laura. It was great. I really appreciate the presentation. And I'm very curious and empathize with how you say that artists are not there to solve problems. And also this question of solving problems, I find is quite crucial, because a lot of transdisciplinary projects start from the beginning with the aim. First of all, they start as a problem, right? As a question or a challenge, this big thing that needs to be solved somehow. And somehow everybody gets around the table from the beginning with this mindset of solving problems. Now, I see a really difficulty, like in practical work, when some people really want to solve a problem and the others are more like, okay, hi, we're here, we're having a good time, we're on a retreat, let's eat together, let's go for a walk. And this is also part of the solution, as you say, somehow. But for me, I really find this really one of the biggest obstacles of like solution-oriented people and non-solution-oriented. And I'm afraid that it's already from the beginning a problem. So we have to really look at the beginning of the projects. Yeah, sorry, but it seems like you have the keys to how to do it once it's running, but I'm not sure how to actually design it from the beginning. Yeah.
Thank you. That's perfect. And I think one of the things that I mean, people are different, but as a theologian, I work with hope. So, and this is not disillusionment. It's just that I do think that if somebody makes the effort to come to such an event, they're not just there for the free food, So, but how and where we find that place, and work from there. It's again a thing of slowness and fastness and tracking time. So really, again, for me, very important, the artistic research projects or processes, not just because of the process, but also because they're documenting what's happening. So then the other part of the facilitator is to get back, over and over again. And I haven't solved this problem, but I have done it so that when we have the retreats, that's one thing. And then when people there find something that they're interested in. So for example, currently I had a musician and a Sami indigenous knowledge scholar who wanted to work together about this worldview difference between normal Lutheran Protestant Christianity and a Sami knowledge of the cosmos. So then they got inspired during the week, by having lunch together. And then I said, good, so now you guys meet regularly. And then there's a process that's happening on the side. And then I, as the leader of the project, have the task to get back to them. Both in sense of a lot of money, I need to find the currency to have them work because it's not done for free. But also in the, okay, what's happening? Give me reports, like tell me what's going on. And for this, I really need the artistic research person to be helping me out to follow that up. And then once we get to the event. One is happening next week on the island I live on. So then we have these huge people there to look at that event. And then another component that we created there, again, for this facilitating of the project and process and all of that, is to have then a discussion where a scientist is brought in to dialogue together with the artistic project and see what is it that we're learning from this? What can we see from this? And then again, the audience is brought in. So it's the cyclical continuation of coming back to the question over and over again. And again, of course, in science today, we don't have long distance timeframes and money for that always. So there's lots of obstacles, but it's really rewarding, I must say. Yeah.
So we have the time for one last question. Then we can discuss during the panel session.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your presentation. So this is Mahmoud from HSM. I'm doing also PhD. My question is, in your project, did you face any semantic challenges with the different people? These are like the challenges relating to the differences in the way we understand and use terms. So because among different fields, I am in an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary project right now, and we have a lot of semantic challenges. So what did you do in that regard to move forward? Thank you.
Thank you again. That's a perfect question because it's one of the key things that happen. Particularly like with the physics and chemistry people, they speak about something that they think that both mean the same thing, and they don't. You know, it's the same term actually, but still they don't mean the same thing about it. So some of the things that I did again is to have these practical awareness practices. So we would sit together in a room, you and me facing each other. And as soon as you said something I was not aware of what it actually means, or I had a question like, what does that mean? I would note it down. And then you had like the pitches you guys did yesterday. So in a 3-minute pitch, the other person would note every time a specific word or term came up that was unclear. And then after that, I had them talk with each other. So that's one way of like, okay, so actually you didn't even get a full sentence said before the other person lost you. And then how can we then open it up? And a lot of talk about the communication in that project, because it was communication, that was what we did. And how can you explain it? And what happens when you start using metaphors instead? Because that's something that particularly my natural science people, they love the metaphors. But then they totally lose what that means, you know, when you start talking about cells talking with each other, you know, your communication between cells. I mean, yes, and. So yeah, but it's one of the key things. And there's lots of small practices that one can train and keep doing, I would say. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, who is a local one, who is Mircea Sofonea. Mircea is Associate Professor in Epidemiology and Evolution of Infectious Disease at the University of Montpellier. He is also epidemiologist at the University Hospital of Nîmes, which is a city very close to Montpellier. So he was trained as a biologist and applied mathematician as well. And he studied biostatistics, epidemiology, population dynamic, biology, pharmacy, and he taught also medicine, pharmacy, and biology student. What is very interesting today with Mircea is about the same than you, Laura, is the fact that Mircea is also involved in big projects within his own university. One of the main project is ExpoZoom Institute. And Mircea is at the head of research for ExpoZoom Institute. This institute in Montpellier was founded to accelerate interdisciplinary projects between environmental health and led by the University of Montpellier, but also gathering other institutes of research, including the hospital, of course. So they study the biological mechanism of exposure, environmental exposure monitoring, host pathogen vector ecology, so all what is related to mosquitoes. So maybe you already experienced this very fantastic and typical feature of Montpellier region, the tiger mosquitoes, but he was involved in that, the institute was involved in that. And exposome is about the interplay between the exposome, so that is to say everything you are in contact with, and the human health. Exposome Institute has also a three main mission: research, of course, science, society engagement, but very importantly, training. And I very hope that maybe in the future, Exposome will take part also in a joint education with CHARM partners. So thank you, Mircea, once again for coming, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me well? Thank you a lot, Gilles. Is the presentation displayed? We had the trouble because I'm on Linux and apparently this, no, perfect. Thank you very much. All right. I think there is some lag. Yeah. Let's try. It's vibrating, but with no effect. Okay, thank you very much. All right, first of all, some personal note. I'm very honored, happy to be here. First of all, because this year I started teaching in the CHARM-EU master, first of all, and it's a pleasure to be here as well. As a Romanian trained in France, I really value the importance of such a network in especially in our never-ending crisis world right now. Yeah, it will be less artistical than the previous talk, sorry. It will be about health crisis management. In fact, yeah, first of all, I have no conflict of interest for this presentation. And I acknowledge a lot of people because I will talk about the work, especially the work that was led here in Montpellier during the pandemic, but also I will present some new projects and the Exposome Institute that was mentioned by Gilles. The idea of the talk is to answer, to contribute to today's question about transdisciplinarity, especially regarding human health, and try to address the gaps between not only the disciplines, but also the professions, the working areas, and leading to decision-making as well. And as you can see, when it comes to health, human health crisis, there are a lot of disciplines and that are involved, but they are spread across several focuses, from the environment to the society, through disease and transmission considerations, but as well across scales, both in time and space. So we try to see how from 2020 up to now and for the next few years, we can do something about bridging those gaps. The plan of my presentation is the following. So basically some introduction about the challenges when it comes to infectious crisis. The past pandemic research we held here in Montpellier, a project that is starting right now about preparedness to respiratory viruses, which is in the continuity of the previous section, and the presentation of the Exposome Institute briefly. So when it comes to emerging infectious diseases, by definition, the WHO definition of an emerging agent is either it is a novelty of nature, either it's re-emergence, that means that there is a spread in a new area, or there is an outbreak, means that kinetically, it's one order of magnitude above previous incidence history. There are uncertainties of two kinds. Either they are individual, qualitative, which is related to clinics, medicine, nosography, the etiology, and what can be done to a patient that is affected by that new disease. At the populational and quantitative level, we are talking about epidemiology, public health, and both are linked with the transmission mode, which is unknown at the beginning by definition of the crisis. Let's put ourselves in the situation that we are on the 11th of March 2020. It's the day the WHO declared the SARS-CoV-2/COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, there were only less than 5,000 deaths worldwide. So the question is that tiny point here, that's the death toll up to that date, known death toll reported, will stay like this, or will it grow bigger like the AIDS or the Spanish flu pandemic? As from a decision-making perspective, there is a reactivity/hindsight trade-off, because as you know, because it's a transmissible because we are talking about viruses, but it also applies to bacteria and parasites. It's transmissible. If it's transmissible, then it's a more than linear dynamic. It's quasi-exponentially at the beginning. Up to a certain point, some measures, countermeasures are implemented, and then every little day, or every day, sorry, we wait is translated by a more than linear cost, either health cost or economic cost or any social cost, because it's exponential. So the cost of the delay is an exponential function of the waiting time. And we say, okay, we have to take measures that are beneficial, for which the benefits are greater than the cost. If we wait too much, the cost is exponential. But if we take a strong measure that is very costly while the crisis was not that severe, then we'll have a social matter here. The problem is that we don't have time for this, even if science, techniques, medicine have improved on the past decades, because at the same time, our population is denser, the flows between big cities are denser as well, and then the pathogens spread more quickly. As you can see from H3N2, the said Hong Kong flu pandemic in 1968, to the SARS-CoV-2 in 2019, then we had a very large increase in the kinetics. It took only 4 weeks to become a pandemic since the first cases detected in Wuhan, China. So let's put ourselves in the situation we were, all of us, but especially people working on in epidemiology in March 2020. The question were, when will the hospital peak be reached and how high will it be? We had to develop tailor-made methodological developments to quantify in real time. This is important. It was the first time we were in that situation. It's the first time the textbooks approaches could be implemented in real time. When can we lift the lockdown? How to control the epidemic afterwards? That implied to estimate the attack rate, to know if we were near the herd immunity threshold, to explore alternative countermeasures to monitor viral evolution. And then it took also a lot of energy to develop outreach towards decision makers, but also media, general public, about everything, surveillance, control, and also academic research on infectious diseases. I take that time because I think it's important for today's topic, because we know from the antiquity that, in fact, from the history of sciences, that what we see is not always what we can directly get as an understanding of how the process of the world function. I take the example of the free fall of objects from Aristotle. The velocities in the air of objects, the velocities depend on the mass of the object. And it took like more than 1,000 years to wait for Galileo say, okay, if Aristotle is right, then if we, let's say we glue two spheres of the same homogeneous material, but of different sizes together, then if we make them fall, then the coupled system will fall before because it's heavier. But at the same time, within that coupled system, the small sphere will fall slower than the big one, and so it will retain it from falling compared to the isolated big sphere. Then the order of falling will be the second one. So because Galileo said the assumption, or let's say the theory of Aristotle if the theory of Aristotle holds, then two orders of falling are possible. This is not acceptable from an epistemological viewpoint. So this is then impossible. And he came with the true, we know true theory that it's independent from the mass. This is interesting because that means that reality doesn't show always what we want to understand. That means that the data are not always talking for themselves, and that's why we need modeling. And this is what I say: when empiricism fails, then there are situations where to find the truth is better to take a step aside and think about alternative phenomenon, which is called experiments of thought. And we have this in several disciplines right now. So a model is just a simplified representation of a real phenomenon we're interested in, that focuses on certain properties and processes that are considered essential for the understanding. And this is, as any human enterprise, is something that is arbitrary. But we have to equip it with formalism, assumptions, and that creates a suitable framework for reasoning about phenomena that otherwise would be less accessible to empiricism like this, because they usually have a large number of degrees of freedom. They have a high dimensionality. And it allows to do, for example, conjecture, but also to orient data sampling. In public health, we model because it's sometimes impossible for ethical, spatial, temporal, material reasons, because nonlinear and or stochastic dynamics challenge the intuition. Because sometimes if I say, what is the probability that I'm infected, provided that the test is positive, you might think that it depends on the test specificities. Well, it's not. It depends also on population quantities like prevalence. And it's way easier to manipulate that kind of formulas with symbols than with words. That's why we need math as well. The benefits in terms of inference, quantification of uncertainty, hypothesis testing, nowcasting, forecasting, projections, counterfactual, to assess public health measures for all these reasons. Also because there are some universal laws like the central limit theorem, the law of diffusions, etc. Models, as I said, are a step aside from reality, because otherwise wild guess can be untrue, because there is no direct path A from wild guess to the insight. But obviously the model should not be the last step of the reasoning. It's just an intermediary step. Now, I come back to the research on March 2020. The problem is that the data was scarce. The sampling probability was not stationary if we're talking about testing, but it was for severe cases, because almost all the severe cases were detected. We didn't have local or recent estimates for the key parameters. There were competing processes at play, like immunity. We didn't know the joint distribution of uncertainty, so we faced identifiability problems, and we wanted future robustness to present, we wanted projection to be robust. So the first step was to use hospital data to retrocalculate what was happening in the community. That means prevalence and reproduction number, and then apply this on that simulated epidemic, the projection on hospital, to help the decision maker. I'll skip a bit on the outline, because then are a lot of equations right now, just to scare you. And then just about having a bunch of compartments of people that are in several clinical epidemiological states that are flowing through. We know who is in critical care, who isn't, who dies, etc., etc. And as the pandemic unrolls, we add new details about immunity, about variants, about vaccines, about countermeasures, etc. And we do not do this alone. We don't do this alone. We do it with people from other disciplines, from clinicians, medical biologists, and also computer scientists, as I will show you. We also develop mathematical reasoning for that, because usually when you do simple modeling with differential equations, you don't have a lot of parameters to calibrate. So you end up to have, which are called Markovian waiting times. I mean, memoryless processes which are not realistic. And to develop non-Markovian framework, it takes time. It means that you have to go off the road a bit. And we have shown that doing non-Markovian modeling is the best way to fit the short-term dynamics, which in the textbook usually is not the problem. Usually in the textbook, you are looking to long-term dynamics. You don't really care about this. Now it's a new field going on. And we had good results to estimate the reproduction number, some metric of contagiosity, to estimate the attack rate. Less than 5% of the French population was infected by the first wave. To explore alternative lockdown techniques, like what would have happened if we only lock down the elderly, what would have happened if we only lock down during the weekends, etc., etc. And we developed national projections. Also, we criticized them. We used AI techniques against to see if our projections that were mechanistical would perform better or not. And it depends on the situations. What we showed is that AI performs better on the short time scale, but on the 4 weeks horizon, then mechanistical modeling are doing better and are more robust. Plus, we can add some additional scenarios AI cannot for the moment. We also teamed with the computer scientists, because at some point the epidemic is too noisy. It's influenced by the way the habitat is structured in France. And so with Olivier Tomine from the CEA, we developed that epidemap coded in Fortran that leverages all the OpenStreetMap from France. So every building in France is modeled, and the 67 million agents are spread across. And that's the result of that one simulation, for example. So each French citizen is moving every day to workplaces, to leisure places, to home. And on the left-hand side, you see the mobility and the transmissions. And on the right-hand side, we don't see very much, but the epidemiological dynamics. So, and this is depending on the OpenStreetMap, directly on the OpenStreetMap layout. Interestingly, we can see that the attack rate of the mean field, which is the main assumptions we have in most models, is only satisfied for the bigger cities, Right. That means that if we are looking at rural epidemics, we have to shift and to correct the model. So that means that there is room here to address the epidemics in rural territories. And this is a gap in the literature, because it depends on more noisy, less predictable mobility patterns and so on. Okay. So then the variant came in, and we had to team up with the virologists from the hospital, from the private sector as well. We had a lot of collaboration with one of the main private medical biology laboratory in France. We were the first to characterize the spatio-temporal circulation of the first SARS-CoV-2 variant in France, alpha, beta, gamma. And especially, we developed this technique. We provided to the French Ministry of Health the first estimate of the transmissibility advantage of the Delta variant in France using the formula on top, which is an interesting example of transdisciplinarity because it's a result that leverages population genetics, so from population biology, population dynamics as well, plus epidemiology, and of course it relates to the virology because we had to estimate the viral load into the first patients to be infected by those new variants, the Delta variant coming from Asia. We did the same then with the later variants such as Omicron BA1, BA2, etc., even merging it with lifting of the countermeasures. Of course, we estimated vaccination effectiveness, not efficacy. Efficacy is in the clinical trials. Effectiveness is in the real life. We addressed as well the case of school. Very interestingly, there were some debate about the role of children, the contribution of children in the epidemic of SARS-CoV-2. In France, a peculiar system is that the winter holidays are staggered, but it only occurred first during the pandemic on February 2022 because before there were lockdowns that messed up the thing. And so we look at this map, which is the reproduction number at a given day on the March 10th, 2022. And we look at what are the departments that have resumed school right after the winter holidays. And when we add that structuration, which is not a connex set, by the way, so this is a very interesting case for special statistics because you face two things. You can measure something that is obviously spatially positively autocorrelated, but at the same time, you know that because it's not connex, you should also have, 10 minutes, all right. You should also have an effect of the resume of the school. And so that's what we show that that year, the B zone was that the zone that resumed the first and had a higher reproduction number at that time point. But it was very complicated because at the same time, a new variant was kicking in. So we had to correct as well for the new Omicron BA2. The formula to address this is adding in the linear regression. So in X, you have the design here, the zone, but also you have the second term is the W matrix, is the adjacency matrix, which departments are neighbor. And the interesting cases for special statistics as well. And we can show this to students to show that things are complicated. When you have several, when you have a special stratification, you cannot avoid the fact that there is autocorrelation. So you cannot apply simple statistics that are based on independence assumption. Now, a few minutes to talk about that new project that we are happy to get funded here at the University of Montpellier on Disease X. Disease X is a term coined by WHO in 2018 to say that we don't really know much about the next pandemic, so we should prepare to something that is unpredictable. So it's a very challenging matter for epidemiologists and modeler. And so we have this, the only project funded for France on the preparedness of the society this year. The PREVIX project, here is the outline of the first work package that will be held in Montpellier. So we will leverage crowdsourced expertise from learned societies. We will look at past history of epidemics, and we will try to create a tool that will be given to the French authorities and public health agencies, but also at the European level to the ECDC and the HERA program to early assess the gravity of a new emerging pathogen. So that kind of calculations we are doing, I don't have the time to explain, but we want to bridge here mathematics, classical mathematics, and AI here with the super vector machines. Sorry, we will address quite the decision-making problems, like the fact that there are too many degrees of freedom when the decision is made, and not only in terms of time horizon, but what kind of indicator we should look at, above which threshold we should take a measure, and what kind of countermeasure we are talking about. And if you don't collectively set up this beforehand, before the crisis, then you know that you will face a trouble. It will be suboptimal, and you might have the population being against. I don't have time to this. I will skip things, and I go to the, so that's what Prefix tries to bridge. And now the Exposome Institute, which is in line with everything here, but in a way broader sense, because it's everything related to environmental health, including social factors that are affecting human health. So this is environmental health. It's a winning project of National Excellence Program. It started in 2022, so it has more than 45 million euros. It's funded by both the state and the region Occitanie. And so it leverages the strength of the University of Montpellier and the 13 partners you see below. So more than 100 research units, 4 university hospital federations. So I'm very proud to be a part of the executive committee. You can see the people here. And in the 3 committees, we succeeded to have all these disciplines represented: molecular cellular biology, physiology, clinics, environment, social sciences, and biostatistics. And for the research program we are leading, so we leverage the feed, care, and protect triptych of the University of Montpellier. And we try to include classical stuff like environmental surveillance, pathogen ecology, mechanisms, and human health impact, but also data sciences and control strategies. And we team with the other axis, training and society. So we have in total 5 research project calls. So usually we have between 7 and 15 projects that are funded every year with an annual theme that changes. We had emerging exposome, and major societal challenges, anticipation of exposomic health risks this year. We have fellowships as well. So it's a 4-year research fellowship program with freedom of choice of affiliation and theme. And excuse me, does it include the questions as well? Oh, okay, thank you. And also we invest in existing technology platforms here on site. So for example, here, one of the funded projects is the co-exposure of noise and pollutants in utero related to hearing disorders by a team here in the Institute of Neurosciences in Montpellier. And it tries to address a very interesting and priority health matter, which is hearing disorders, from congenital hearing disorders, and especially they have a very interesting transdisciplinary approach because it comes through environmental sampling to modeling of in utero exposure. As you can see on the right-hand side, it's a partial differential equations modeling of the in utero diffusion of pollutants and noise. Also, the Experimental Institute has a training part. The main program there is the Nexus calls, very interesting ones because it's about networks of 3 to 4 PhD thesis grants that are funded for 4 years, not only 3, and they have to work together around a same subject, but with distinct disciplines from several research units. And so, for example, here, one of the Nexus programs, you see there are 3 PhDs involved, the cocktail project with the impact of combined exposures to pollutants and respiratory viruses on lung tissue. Maybe you are familiar that air pollution not only is a problematic exposures for itself, but also it exacerbates the susceptibility to respiratory viruses. And here it comes to not only what happens in the lung with the new techniques like organoids, but also it challenges what we know about the biophysics. Maybe you were familiar that there was a controversy about how the SARS-CoV-2 was spread in the air. The WHO didn't acknowledge that it was airborne for almost 2 years, and the virology, obviously. I will finish with this quotation by a French clinician that is considered as the founder of the experimental medicine discipline. Usually it's Claude Bernard's figure is provided against the use of mathematics in biology and health because he was a very qualitative, physiology-oriented researcher. Well, in fact, when coming back to his writings, I saw that it was less clear than that. He really said that he doesn't condemn the application of mathematics in biological phenomena. He even says that it's by this means alone that science will eventually take shape. But in his time, that means 1865, for that moment, the qualitative study of phenomena was the priority. But I think that's my ending word, that the time now has come from this transdisciplinarity in research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for a few questions online or on site. Or we can also have it during the panel discussion.
I think we can go back to the equations. No?
Maybe
have
there
time
are
for
questions there. Can you explain them?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Marcel. I have a question. It's not a question, it's more your input. I was very interested by your interaction during the COVID with the journalists and the public audience. You did not mention that in your talk, but could you, in few sentences, kind of make a kind of abstract of what you learned about how the science and the results in such a very problematic crisis could be given to the public audience, general audience, journalists?
Yeah, so it's true that now retrospectively, it was a bunch of work and a lot of investment. It's more than 1,300 interviews in 5 years. It was a lot of time spent on that. It wasn't plain like that. If I wanted to be on the spotlight, I would have done oncology because epidemiology of infectious disease, usually for LMICs, lower and medium income countries, we don't really know much about things happening there. So what happened? For the first time in 50 years, the Western countries were hit by an infectious disease very hard that blocked the economy for a lot of time. And then it happened that very few people were working on this, on the epidemiology, and not even the journalists were trained to explain to the broad audience what was a reproduction number. So at first, because there were very bad articles out there, we just made up our website. The teachings were frozen. We didn't have students anymore. So we said, okay, let's continue what we were doing with the students, but to the broad audience. So we set up a very simple site with the definitions, like the textbook definitions. And hello, journalists, if you want to take a good definition, go to the website. And so the first journalist came in and said, yeah, but can you develop a bit and so on? And it started like that, just to train journalists that were completely unaware about epidemiology and viruses and so on. And I don't know what to say. I am quite afraid about the very high turnover of journalism in those science or health sections of journals. Like every 2 months, there is someone new in charge of the pandemic. Yes, but so the expertise is lost. And that there was like a relativism. I don't know if it's the true word, but if you take two experts that may not agree on a very small point, the journalists would be very happy to take both and to, let's say, emphasize the fact that they are not agree, because the disagreement is, I think, more fancier than just people are agreeing and there is nothing. And so it was also a bit of trying to acculturate, to say, I think you are not aware how research is made. And maybe, and this is a bit polemical, maybe not everything of how research is made should be displayed to the broad audience. Because if you display what's in a review of a peer review for a manuscript, you say, well, so people are doing very bad science and they need someone else to say what's right. So eventually the people say, nobody is right, everyone is doing poor science. So transparency is great, but it has to come with a lot of acculturation and training of journalists, of broad, and this takes a lot of time. And my end point is that I think in the academic world, we are not really not trained to speak to journalists, but there is no really incentive to do that. And I think that the society is losing something for the moment, but maybe we can talk about this and afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Did not understand any of the math, but very good. I have a question more of how you handled at the time working with a team from such different perspectives, and obviously with researchers that were at the time kind of desperate and a little bit lost because of the lack of data and all of the uncertainty. So how did you handle, basically that environment? Were you just talking and talking, or did you have any specific techniques? Thank you.
I think it's great to come with some papers that are already addressing the gaps between disciplines and say, let's start with this and look what's possible to be made, what hasn't been made, and to start any meeting with having the same definitions. That's great. And then I would say it's a bit of randomness, it's a bit of personal initiatives, a bit of personal investment as well. Let's say that a clinician has a lot of data about her or his patients. He has not the time to analyze them. Say, okay, I give it to you, and if you can do something, we'll write a paper out of that. And because it's interesting, because from a research perspective, during those crisis times, you have so many things to do. you are everyday emergency that, and at the same time you accumulate a lot of data. You don't really care about the traditional protocols of collaborating and so on. You just send emails and who can help me with that? And it flows way better. And this flexibility was really appreciated during the crisis. And it goes up to the highest level because we researchers had access to data we do not anymore. Just because the state said, we need you. The problem is that trust has been lost right after the countermeasures were lifted. And I don't understand why. We really should... I'm talking for France now because I know it's not always the same for other countries, but we do not have in France, for example, enough scientific people at the highest level of the administration. And we see what's happening in the US. At any time point, you can have something that is going the other way around for the building of knowledge and the trust. So yeah, it's a major challenge, and this flexibility that allows people from several disciplines, it's very valuable. We should really emphasize on this.
Thank you very much. So it's my honor to introduce our third speaker. So I apologize for my bad Hungarian pronunciation. Professor Judith Madel-Szonyi, a leading hydrologist from Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest, with over 3 decades of research on groundwaters, flow systems, climate adaptation, and sustainable geothermal energy. Her work bridges science, policy, and practice. She chairs the Regional Groundwater Flow Commission, leads major European research projects like Climax PE, and is shaping how we understand and manage our planet's most vital resources, which is water. Thank you, and please welcome Professor Judith.
Thank you so much for the nice invitation, and I'm very happy to be here with you. I would like to talk about my way from pure natural science as far as transdisciplinary research. I'm a hydrogeologist dealing with groundwater, and Ildikó Erhardt is a colleague of my research group, and she will be the facilitator during this journey together. So when many years ago, I went to the Swiss Jura Mountain to visit a cave in the peaceful area. And when we went down into the cave and start our tour, I suddenly realized the increase of water level in the cave, and the strength of the water was so hard that the tour guide told us to jump somewhere in the wall and to save our life. So I remember I was hanging on the wall with all my strength and try to crawl backwards somehow. And finally, we get out from the cave, but many people died that year in the mountain due to flash floods. That time, I could not imagine that severe hydrological extremes will be part of our life recently. That is because warming climate, that increased temperature, and as we can see, it can intensify water cycle, and that can cause less frequent but more extensive and more intense rainfall events. That can lead also to worsening drought and falling groundwater levels, and in that same time, drying out of our wetlands. And these dry periods are intermitted by extreme flood events. That is not only about environmental issues, that can cause significant economic damage and can endanger our life. Therefore, we need adaptation to this situation. Yeah, as a young hydrogeologist, I was full of curiosity how water drop which fall down to the surface get back into the hydrologic cycle again through rivers or springs or lakes, or how it get finally to the sea, or how we can back it through wells. And that cave experience taught me that not only the rock spaces, the pores count, but more important is how the groundwater moves in the underground. And I was impressed by the underground part, invisible part of the water cycle. Therefore, my focus shifted from understanding pores and cracks in the rocks toward groundwater flow. Now it's time to learn more about your knowledge in groundwater. Okay. Yes, so I give the floor to Ildikó.
So we wanted to make this lecture a bit more interactive, so that's why we brought some book club questions. So I would like to encourage everyone to grab your phone and scan the QR code. Can you switch the... No, not there. Please open the browser, the book club platform, please. And you can scan the QR code or just type the booklab.com in your browser and enter the event code, which is CHARM-Water. We still need to wait a few more seconds for the other screen. Okay. So this is the QR code. Yeah. So we can wait a little bit. Oh, you can see it's already 8:40. Okay. Show this later. Maybe in a few seconds we can move on the first questions. Okay, I think let's move on. So our first question is that what do you think, what is groundwater? You have 4 options here, and please choose the right answer. The first one is groundwater is water that flows in underground rivers, similar to surface streams, or groundwater is water stored in underground lakes and large open cavities, or groundwater is water that exists underground in saturated zones, fields, pores, and fractures, or groundwater is just a rainwater that evaporates before reaching the surface. I can see that the answers are coming. Okay. The winning option is number 3 now. But the first is not so bad. Yeah, as well. It received 90% vote. Okay. Maybe 10 more answers are missing, but we cannot really wait forever because we have a very limited time here. So if you can show the result, please. No, this is the, yeah, okay. So, yeah, So option number 3 received the most votes. And if you can move to the next slide, I can tell you the right answer, which is option number 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Is it better now? Yeah. So most of you were right, as groundwater is water that exists underground in saturated zones that fills pores and fractures. But actually, can you move to the next slide, please? This is not the next slide. I don't know. No, it's in, it should be there, but it's okay. So, no, this is the next question, but we are not there yet. So, most of you answered well, so let's move to this question, okay? So, do you think groundwater makes up more than 95% of Earth's mobilizable fresh water? So, it's a pool, so you can choose between yes and no and not sure, but I encourage you to choose between 1 and 2 options because the third cannot be true, so, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. It's very interesting. Okay, so we can show the result, but actually the right answer is yes, because groundwater makes up more than 97% of Earth's mobilizable freshwater. And I don't know where the slides disappeared, but there should be a slide about this. It's a very interesting fact that about 70% of Earth's mobilizable freshwater actually locked in glaciers and ice caps, and about 29% of it, that groundwater, so the water stored in groundwater, and only 1% can be found in surface lakes and rivers. So if we talk about fresh water that we can actually use, groundwater is far by the biggest source. So that's why it's very important regarding global water security. So now I give back the floor to Judith, but later we will come back for 2 more questions. So we can switch back to the slide, please.
Highlight again that 90% of mobilizable fresh water is stored in under our feet. Don't forget it. Yes, we know this, but groundwater movement is not so well understood. Therefore, in hydrogeology, there were a long evolution to learn more about this part of the science. And this can lead to some key scientific achievements, and we will see what are those. This new scientific results could lead me that I started to focus on understanding groundwater flow. There are only few groups all over the world who do this in hydrogeology, but this happened because my mind has changed in this way, as I mentioned you before. Now I lead a hydrogeology research group at Eötvös Loránd University, named after my Hungarian-born Canadian professor, Joe Todt, who you can see here in the middle. And I also work for this topic in the International Association of Hydrogeologists in the Regional Groundwater Flow Commission. So that is my natural scientific background. let's see a closer look at groundwater movement. I would like to involve you into this science a little bit. Under our feet, there is a continuous water table. Below, all pores are filled saturated with water. You can see this zone indicated by blue in the block diagram. The groundwater is recharged from the precipitation. It receives water from that through infiltration as an important process through a zone which is above the water table. I would like to highlight you that groundwater table is not flat, you can see in the figure. This is mostly follows the form of the surface topography. Thanks to some decades of evolution, we could realize as a hydrogeologist that there are no perfect impermeable rocks in the underground. This is because of the complexity of geological formation. Therefore, water can move along the rocks independently from their permeability, and therefore we can suppose that groundwater is interconnected on larger scale. That could lead to the conclusion that we have to thinking on about groundwater on landscape scale. We can physically describe this continuous water movement, which is driven by differences in water levels. You can see from this figure that it flows from areas of higher topographic elevation. These are the so-called recharge areas toward the deeper topographic elevations, discharge areas. These are located close to big rivers. However, generally, this movement is slow, like a seepage, not that type of flow that we could observe or I could experience in the big cave. And the residence time of water is very different in the underground. It can take from days to million years. So this is a very complex something. This is why I love to deal with this. So another important conclusion can be that this invisible groundwater, which is not in front of the people, or maybe you know only a little about this thing, it can affect surface water and also ecosystems and our life very hardly. So, closer to our topic, with climate change, we can experience that we have heavy rains, and in heavy rains, we can count with the runoff of water. Other part of the water mostly evaporates to the atmosphere. Therefore, what can be the consequence? We can have less infiltration, which can supply groundwater resources, which are the most significant for us. What can we do with this situation? It's a very significant question. We can only do one thing. We have to keep water in place. We have to store it in the form of natural surface water retention. We can use for this purpose natural depressions, or we can do that along river sides. We can use different water types for these purposes. However, we could learn together that the biggest space located in the underground, in the rock pores. And we can also use these rock spores for recharge them with water, with excess water. And the question is, how does this so-called managed aquifer recharge work? That means the intentional disposal of excess water in the underground reservoir rocks to keep water inside on local scale. And from this water, we want to get back or we can use it later on for environmental benefits. We can use as an excess water source precipitation or treated wastewater or flood water, but we need always a permeable rock which can receive water. This permeable rock can be sand or limestone, and we can use aquifers or permeable rocks close to the surface. Then we can use infiltration basins, or we can inject water through wells, and we can get back water also from wells. For a scientist, I think the most rewarding moment when we find a problem, and even more so if we find a solution for that. That happened with me when I realized that yes, we can have surface water retention methods and we have the MAR techniques, but there are some open questions about them. How does the surface water retention influence groundwater? And the other issue can be how groundwater influences the effectiveness of surface water retention. That is something, a gap in the knowledge. To solve this issue, the ELTE research group developed a so-called nature-based MAR solution, named NABAMAR, and it is an intervention which was accepted by the European Union also as an innovation. This method combines local scale MAR techniques with groundwater flow, and with this we can harness groundwater flow as a missing knowledge for future water restoration against hydroclimatic events, and also scales up local scale MAR solutions. Here you can see an illustration for the application of these MAR techniques. If we put back water in the top of an area, that can cause a water tower. The pressure spreads and it can influence the whole landscape in the underground through regional groundwater flow. But if we find local flows in the system and we restore these local flows, we can revive groundwater-dependent ecosystem. In coastal areas like Montpellier, very significant issue is how can we handle the sea level rise and intrusion of sea. We also can use MAR techniques against this, combining with this landscape scale approach, and this can prevent seawater intrusion. We can use treated wastewater for this purpose. But these are very nice scientific solutions, but how can we reach society and decision makers with this? The first successful attempt in this way was the research proposal in the framework of Water for All project and in the framework of CHARM-EU Alliance. I'm very happy to be involved together with 5 other universities. And the name of this project is Climax PE. We dealing with extreme hydrological events. How can we handle these events? And as you could see, the basic concept is that groundwater flow systems are the missing elements of the solution. But finally, we have to explain it to the people, to decision makers, and to the society. And that was the most challenging issue in the project. This project uses a transdisciplinary approach. We do methodology development. We try to explore impacts for the society and economic. We try to improve public policy framework, and finally we will create decision support tool. But as I mentioned, for me, the most important part was how can we increase social awareness regarding groundwater and also this nature-based solution. To understand better public perception, we made, together with the educational expert, representative survey on 1,000 people in Hungary. That survey could show us that people basically underestimate the importance of groundwater. It's very important finding. They have scientifically outdated beliefs about it, like existence of impermeable layers, and they have very limited knowledge about groundwater flow and society, but otherwise the attitudes of the people toward groundwater is generally positive. They can accept MAR solutions in case of using rainwater, floodwater, or surface water, but that is not so positive for treated wastewater. We will continue the survey, and we try to implement many tools to enhance this knowledge. I would like to show only one example. We could ask ourselves, how can we make the invisible groundwater and nature-based groundwater recharge visible? Therefore, we made a physical model to explain it to the people. Here you can see the model setup. We filled up a box with a specific sand. We saturated it partially and created a water flow across it. And we also formed a topography on the top and implemented two measuring devices to measure the water table, because the water moved from the higher to the lower elevation. We also, in the second step of the experiment, we implemented an infiltration basin and a canal and used blue dye to show the saturated zone in the underground. And let's see the experiment. Ildikó.
On the next slide, we have a video.
Yeah.
And we will need the technicians to make the sound of it. So we have to wait, I think. I think we still have 6 minutes this lecture. So.
In the next experiment, we demonstrate how managed aquifer recharge works through infiltration in a system where we have already established groundwater flow. The goal is to show how we can use the unsaturated zone above the water table to store water and to observe what happens to the water we introduce. To do this, we install an infiltration basin in the unsaturated zone. We use red dye and maintain a constant water level in the basin by continuously adding water. The water seeps into the sand, first saturating the unsaturated zone, then reaching the saturated zone below. The red-dyed water pushes the previously infiltrated brew water downward, which we can track through the rising water levels in the piezometers. This confirms that we've successfully stored water underground. Notice that the infiltrated water does not stay in place. It begins to move in the direction of the natural groundwater flow. While this movement is much slower in real life, it still affects areas farther away and increases the overall saturation of the system, as seen in the piezometer readings. As a result, water appears in the previously dry canal on the right side. First, we see the blue water pushed ahead by the red front. Then, after a short delay, the red-dyed water also reaches the canal, confirming that the infiltrated water has traveled that far. This highlights an important point. If we do not account for this movement, we might unintentionally lose the recharged water carried away by drainage canals. That is something we definitely want to avoid.
So that was the video, and we go back to 2 more book lab questions. So please open the book lab now. Okay, let's move to the other question. Yeah, so this is a actually fill in the black question. So in which direction does groundwater naturally flow? So try to fill in the text with the correct direction of groundwater flow. So the sentence sounds like that. Groundwater naturally flows from areas of blank water level to areas of blank water level. I can give you some words you might actually use, and two of them will be correct. For example, random, horizontal, lower, surface, equal, higher. Try to choose between those and fill in the two blank. I can see that answers are coming. We can wait a few more seconds. Do you want me to repeat these words? Not necessary. Okay, as we have a very limited time, let's see the correct answer. So yes. Okay, so groundwater naturally flows from areas of higher water level to areas of lower water level. So most of you were right, so congratulations. Okay, and we can move to the next question, and this is based on the video that you just saw. So does infiltrated water stay in place after entering the ground? So there is three options here. The first one, no, it remains where it infiltrated. The second, no, the infiltrated water quickly returns to the atmosphere through evaporation. Or the third one is that water infiltrates the subsurface and it becomes part of the groundwater system. So, yeah. Okay, we can see the correct answer because you are all right. As yeah, option number C was the right answer. And I give back the floor to Judith for take-home messages.
You are good students. Congratulations. So you could learn a lot because the local MAR techniques doesn't suppose that groundwater flow and the stored water will flow away. Don't forget. So you know something that decision makers don't know recently. So let's see some messages that you can take home. In general, I think more and more people should realize the significance of groundwater in our life. And another important issue regarding groundwater, that it can buffer these extreme hydrologic events due to its huge storage capacity. This NABAMAR solution is one option, but it was created in the framework of CHARM-EU Alliance. So I'm very proud of this achievement. And it can provide a comprehensive solution for the adaptation. From my personal perspective, I could learn a lot from this evolution because I was really a natural scientist, and thanks to these challenges, I became more and more involved into the transdisciplinary research, and cooperation with social scientists could help me because before I could not explain people the significance of groundwater and groundwater flow. And at the end, I think transdisciplinary research has a great potential in the future, and especially in the framework of CHARM-EU Alliance, as it was mentioned before. So we have to use it, and I suggest you to launch more and more transdisciplinary research in the future. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Judith and Yannico. Yeah. We have time for one question.
Sorry, you said one quick question, and I hope this is a quick one. So I work in wetlands. I'm a wetland scientist. So this is really, really cool, really interesting. Thank you very much. One thing that I find we struggle with wetlands is communicating that to various groups who aren't in that specific area. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts, advice, or what lessons have you learnt from having to communicate the importance of various water services in this case, and how to get people to understand that, yes, this is a long process that does take decades, centuries, millennia, but it matters now. How do you balance those two things?
That is a very relevant question, a critical question. That is the hardest issue. We just started this work, and we try to use the knowledge of educators who can somehow explain this difficult issue to people. But also, I mentioned the water tower effect. I think this can help people to understand better that pressure can spread fastly. So we can see some impacts fastly, but for the water particle to get there, it takes longer time. But yes, that can help to explain such things to decision makers, I think, this metaphor. Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I propose that you could meet Judith and Aniko at the coffee break. Yeah. If you have other questions, thank you very much. Yeah, we are running. We knew that from the start, but we are running a little bit out of time. So please come back in 10 minutes for the next speaker, which will talk about water as well. Thank you very much for all the speakers this morning. Welcome back after this very short break. I'm delighted to welcome now Professor Mark Holman, who is Professor of Water and Energy Economics at the Ruhr-West University of Applied Sciences in Mülheim, in Germany. So Professor Holman is actually director of a bachelor program within the HRW about energy and water management. And as a researcher, he's doing economics, but also political studies about water-related issue and the pricing of the water and the access of the water as well. He's involved in digitalization topics as well, and involving also machine learning and change management. One of the interesting features about Professor Holman's career is the fact that it interacts from a long time with private stakeholders, maybe 25 years of collaboration, including investment banking at Deutsche Bank. It was consultant in this bank. He is also consultant as Capgemini Consulting. Most of you know this consulting office. And he's also head of the department at the Scientific Institute for Infrastructure and Communication Services in Germany. He collaborates also with another type of stakeholder, political and state stakeholder, as he is advisor and collaborate with the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research about international water issue. So as an economist and a cultural anthropologist, Professor Holman is also a spokesperson for the water economics and water management interdisciplinary research focus at the HRW University that gather together Institute of Economics and the Institute for Civil Engineering. So the floor is yours, Mark.
Yes, thank you very much for the very nice introduction. Halftime is over already. So yeah, I'm happy to be with you today. I think it's very great having so many PhD students meeting, collaborating with each other. And well, I was asked to say something about transdisciplinary in water, chances, challenges, best practices. As we've already heard so much on water, I would actually not really dig too much into water because I guess, well, now you're already water experts and the added value is rather insignificant. So I'm kind of, well, summarizing my experiences in transdisciplinary research. And I'm more focusing on the issues I've learned, and of course, everything is my personal opinion and might not reflect some kind of objective view. Okay, so well, we can skip this because Jill was already so nice to say a lot about it. But well, I kind of put this up because well, when we speak about interdisciplinary research, I mean, this is kind of what I've been doing my whole life, like living interdisciplinarity between economics and cultural anthropology, between private companies and research. And so for this reason, well, I'm happy to share some thoughts, and maybe some of them might be fruitful. Well, you've seen, I've kind of counted. I've been in 21 different research projects within the past years, and most of them have been interdisciplinary. So I'm kind of taking my experiences out of these research ideas. So this is kind of the agenda, and well, first of all, I can make it very short. What do I actually understand by transdisciplinary research? I would like to make some general preliminary remarks. Then I would like to give my impression how a normal project actually looks like, is evolving over time. And then I would like to draw some best practices, and also to reflect on chances. How could we actually improve working with one another? So, well, what do we understand by transdisciplinary research? I was actually happy to find something from the University of Utrecht. And actually we've already seen it when Laura was speaking. So we mainly have three elements here. We want to integrate knowledge across academic disciplines. We are including non-academic stakeholders, and we do address societal challenges. And the question, of course, now is, how do we actually do this? And in my point of view, it sounds much easier than it actually is, because for most part, we actually have to reflect on, well, how does this integration across disciplines actually work? And what do we actually mean by non-academic stakeholders? Well, having these two heads, economics and cultural anthropology, I would like to turn on the head, the economical one. And economists always ask or start everything with asking, well, what actually the incentives implied. And let's try to discuss this a little. And let's first think about this issue of across disciplines. When we speak about across disciplines, we speak about researchers, we speak about professors. And well, what is the normal incentive of a professor? Well, he or she wants to have a reputation in its own field of expertise. And very often, we have a lot of incentives for a professor to have doctoral students. What is the incentive for those doctoral students? Well, very often, the most important issue, the scientific currency, is publishing in high-ranked journals. And this actually applies that when we have tenders for transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary research, well, by these kind of professors, the main incentive is, well, this is actually a good idea to pursue my own agenda. So the main idea of, let's say, a normal professor is, okay, there is an interdisciplinary project, and I have a possibility to pursue my own agenda, employ a doctoral student who is working in a particular field, and this is actually helping me to increase my reputation in my own field of expertise. When we speak about non-academic stakeholders, in my point of view, we can differentiate. We have partners from industries, from startups, from small and medium enterprises. We in my case, we also have wastewater companies, which are very often public entities. And last but not least, we have bureaucracy or policy as those kind of non-academic actors. And I think we need to make a differentiation here, because very often the first two, they take, or they bring in a lot of own money. So what they actually need, what they actually want, is very often in line with what the overall interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary project is actually thriving for. So I would, generally speaking, I would say, well, this is in line and maybe helps us focusing on the overall topics. The latter two, actually, we have, again, taking the economic hat, we have something which is called economic theory of bureaucracy. And this actually means that here we have a tendency to gain own reputation by employing a lot of people. And so here the question is it really the main incentive of these different client groups to just have additional people employed, or particularly for policy, for politicians to just be photographed by certain people and to kind of be shown in with science. It's also something which is increasing the politician's reputation. This is I give you an example from a big project funded by the German Ministry of Science. We've done a project with in Pakistan, and the main idea was a transdisciplinary project. We wanted to improve how cotton is cultivated and how T-shirts and textiles have been produced. And we had quite a lot of politicians or political institutions in there as well. And the main issue was if we want to foster more water-sensitive work in Pakistan, we, for example, in improving water efficiency in growing cotton, we want to have water-sensitive measures applied in cotton production. However, the political actors being part of the overall project, they were not in line at all with pricing water. So for this reason, water did not cost anything at all. And everybody was wondering why it was not attractive for the farmers to invest in water-efficient solutions, even though they got 80% of the investment funds granted. But for an economist, I mean, if you pay zero on one side and on the other side you have the operating expenditures and 20% of the investment costs, this is not a good deal. So if you really want to put this into practice, you need the political will to price water. And if this is not the case, there is no need at all to start this project at all. So this is what I mean with the particular interesting, and this is what you said. This is really frustrating. These issues are very frustrating. Well, then, if we speak about transdisciplinarity, we very often also come from the methodological point. So we have different actors who are, for example, particularly able to communicate and to ask questions and to hold interviews. And I've met quite a number of them when I've been at the University of Cape Town last year for a research sabbatical. And I was very eager to meet these kind of methodologists, I'd call them. And what I've actually experienced was, in my point of view, they were normative researchers. So they had their methodology, and they put this methodology on this particularly, in my case, water subject. For example, did people agree on the way of water pricing during a water crisis? And it was very interesting what they found. But when I wanted to talk with them about their experiences, I actually had the feeling they were not at all engaged, because this was already an old project. They were able to have a good publication on it, and now they were dealing with the question how to deal with baboons in a South African city. And so, in my point of view, if you take a look at a certain consortium, it seems very interdisciplinary, maybe even transdisciplinary, but in practice, all the actors are extremely driven by their own interests. So let us go to how does a normal project look like? Here I'm particularly focusing on German research policy. I know a little also from the way EU projects are working, but of course you might have other experiences. So this is very much my own personal focus. So let's start with the tendering process. How does it normally look like? Well, we have many consortia actually applying for a certain or in a certain tender. Due to these many consortia and actually a very low probability of succeeding, we have in the latest tenders of the Federal Ministry of Research, we have probably a ratio of 1 to 20 to not actually get the project. So this leads to actually minor preliminary efforts. So the various institutions, professors, non-academia who are joining into a certain consortium, they do not actually go into the details. They are not at all willing to deal with conflicts. So for this reason, kind of everybody is setting up its own agenda. You remember the professor whose main effort is getting reputation in its own academic field. We have the situation that if we do not start dealing with the conflicts at the beginning, we actually are not able to have the conflicts thereafter, because it's kind of carved into stone if we hand in a certain application within the tendering process. And what we also do is we are promising the moon, because if we do not say that we are actually able to do everything, we are not invited for the second round. And so for this reason, the situation is, at least due to my experiences, it is very rare that we have an application from some kind of single source. We do not have this one leader, this one consortium leader who is really eager to go into this and, for example, to really fight for a particular structure, for a structure which is out of one hand, but it's kind of a puzzle, and these different puzzle stones do not actually fit into one another. And so for this reason, coming back to the incentives, once everybody has formulated its stakes within a certain application, because there is not a single strong consortium leader which forces everybody into a certain structure, actually everybody is fine with the situation. But even though a consortium seems to be very interdisciplinary, it is not at all interdisciplinary. And of course, if it's not interdisciplinary, it's by far not transdisciplinary. Let's look what's happening thereafter. I mean, during the project, Due to the situation that we have separated tasks areas, this actually leads to no real communication within the project. And everyone also has the tendency to have its own separated task. And I'm not excluding myself at all. If I do not know the other members, it is far too dangerous for me to include all the others. So for this reason, we do face problems. If we do want to have trans or interdisciplinary research, this actually requires time and it requires interest. I mean, if we are really serious to ourselves, we are just very, very interested in what we are doing. And we are thinking what we are doing is by far the most interesting thing. And so we might not have the natural interest in what are actually the questions of the others. And this is a crucial point I'd like to make, because very often in transdisciplinary research, we are not actually discussing the solutions, because first of all, we have to start the questions. Just as one example, I did my PhD in economics on water issues, and as an economist, the question of efficiency is really important. At that time, my father was heading one of the biggest wastewater companies in Germany. For him, this was not a question. His idea was delivering maximum quality. For an economist, delivering maximum quality is a huge problem. It's a waste of money. And so for this reason, kind of entering into these questions, and that it is a valid point to pose a question as a researcher coming from one field, is an important starting point, which you cannot assume to be present. At the end of the project, due to the situation that we had promised the moon, this always leads to the situation that we have time constraints at the end, and very, very normally as well, certain consortium members, particularly as an economist, we are always at the end. So we never receive data in time. We never receive results from other disciplines in time. So for us, it's always very annoying. Then we might think, okay, final report and recommendations, they remain due to time constraints. They very often remain discipline separated, and we do not have integrated comprehensive classification of the recommendations. It's also kind of in these boxes. So we even do not force the researchers, the members, to kind of put the various recommendations into one another to make some kind of consistent time frame, because this is normally not actually possible at the end. Okay. Let's see what. So despite a huge variety of partners, no joint, no interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research. And in my point of view, the important reasons are the circumstances in the tendering process, the incentives of the participating researchers, and also lack of interest. Okay, let's proceed. Best practices. So I have 5 to maximum of 10 minutes due to our late start, but I'll try to catch up some time. So I've kind of collected some best practices. So first of all, maybe we should define, or we should experience, we should try interdisciplinary maybe less broadly. As an example, one project I've did actually in this situation only with economists. We compared regulatory frameworks in different branches, and this actually worked because we kind of sat together and came up with how do we structure the overall work. So normally, well, if you know the kind of mindset of the others, then of course it is easier. Secondly, a strong consortium leader, what I've said. Just at the moment, this Aqua 3, there we really have a very, very strong consortium leader. And there we had the situation that the whole report was not only written by this particular professor, but also the structure. This person fought for the structure, and all the various researchers, they kind of had to put themselves within the structure. And I have a very good feeling with this project. I'll see, maybe in 4 years I'm able to give some results. Then I think we can actually learn from IT. So, for example, you might all have experienced Scrum. There we have a Scrum Master. We have a very detailed description how interaction is actually taking place. And I think this might be working also in research. However, we need to take into account that we have the self-interest of the IT people, because when they are doing programming work, they need to ensure that what they are programming, that this is in line with what actually the people need. And so for this reason, it is no wonder that this kind of process, how you're working with one another, has been actually developed in IT. Last but not least, role of non-academia. I don't know, somebody of you has said this, but this is also my experience. For example, we've just finished a Sponge City research project, and in there we had a tree ecologist, and he was actually the person who always put us back on track. So what is the reason why we're actually doing it? And he was this kind of idealistic person who really wanted to ensure that this project is making a difference. And I think you need these kind of persons. Finally, I've been participating over 8 years in some kind of future water. It was a graduate school, and everything seemed just to be great. So we had 2 times 12 doctoral students from 12 different disciplines. They were founded over 8 years. We had one main topic, one main water topic. We divided them into subgroups. We had the various PhD students working in these different subgroups with one another. We had certain lecture series. The PhD students, they went on big conferences all over the world, always in a group. They had on joint research projects. So many, many things were just great, and I'm still very positive about this approach. However, from the different professors, we had very different support. So some of them, they mainly had these PhD students working on projects which were good for the professor, for nothing else. And of course, and I think this is, of course, extremely understandable, the closer to graduation, the more likely the doctoral students were to withdraw from the group. This is not very good, but I mean, it's extremely understandable. So I'm coming to my final slide. How to really work together. I think we can have a less ambitious approach. So this would imply we consider the framework conditions as given. And of course, we can do a lot to improve projects. For example, we can integrate good non-academia. We can improve the competence to communicate. This is something we've dealt with a lot. I think this is very important. And how to deliver information on the own subject to non-insiders is extremely crucial. And we have things like poetry slams, we have YouTube videos, and I think we need to train the PhD students to be able to communicate, and to communicate in a way that everybody is understanding what they're actually talking about. We need to have much more concentration on this kind of first offer within the tendering process. We need a better description of the project goals, the description of the methodologies which are used for inter- and transdisciplinary research, and they have to be monitored. I mean, of course, all of us, we are writing all of these topics within an application, but afterwards we just forget them. And we might also need some kind of definition of political preconditions. So my idea of this Pakistan work, in my point of view, it's totally useless. It's totally useless. So we need to formulate some kind of preconditions before we actually start. Then, in case we want to have a more ambitious approach, maybe we need to start thinking differently. So shouldn't we actually have a split between specialists and generalists in our fields of study? I mean, what we actually need, we need inter-transdisciplinary researchers, which are kind of driven, and they are widely interested people, and maybe these top specialists in the own field, which are driven by an increased reputation in the own field. Maybe we actually don't need them in transdisciplinary work. Maybe we should actually avoid them in the project. And we do have didacticians in teaching. Why don't we have generalists in research? Maybe we should really think in other ways. And in my point of view, for the universities, it is a niche. It is a market niche, because if we are really convincing, I think we can be very successful with these research generalists, I'd call them. Summing up, we need main incentives for inter- and transdisciplinary research to be developed by ministries and the European Union. We need to ensure that we are not only writing all these nice things on paper and try to look into our transdisciplinary, but that we are really working in that way. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much, Mark, for this very inspiring talk. I'm sure that the colleagues in the room share most of your remarks. We have time for questions. Of course, after that, there will be Kike Bassat online and then a panel discussion, so there will be plenty of questions, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you for your very interesting presentation. I am Roland Thaler from CHARM-EU staff here in UM, but I talk to you. I want to ask you a question with my hat of a former manager of a survey company in environment, working mostly for local authorities in France and abroad. And in that job, we did a lot of things you exposed right now, sharing the scientific and the technical approach of scientists, of university academics, and the feeling of many stakeholders with a more intuitive approach. And it's very, very important to get results and to make that the stakeholders appropriate the challenges provided by the scientists to succeed. But we met some limits, and I want to share that kind of thing with you, which are that sometimes the intuitive point of view becomes a really subjective point of view, with sometimes limits with the profitable results. I can give you some examples. For example, we had sometimes problems with the question of tradition. You know, when you come in a place, working with local authorities, working with elected people, working with population, and you tell them with the support of scientists that a population of that kind of species is decreasing, you have in front of you the question of the tradition. We did that all the time. Our grandfather did that, and we don't see why we should stop today. Another example is about housing. You know, we can build today anywhere, anyhow, because we are so numerous. And if you build new buildings, it's mostly on natural areas or agricultural areas. But it's very complicated to tell to people that today, what did their father, they can't do that today, and they have to live on more closely, more restricted areas, you know. And then sometime mostly it was very profitable to work involving a lot of partners, you know, but sometimes we met some limit with frustrating results at the end, because at the end in our job, it was elected people who chose, you know, and sometimes they want to choose what is good, what is appreciated by the population. Then that's a good point, but in the same time, this is always a work to come back on and we never really finished the job. Thank you.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree on what you've been saying. It's some kind of double-edged sword. So I mean, you want to include different interest groups in certain projects because you want to have their network. You might like to make certain interviews with their respective people you can only get access to via these institutions. However, if you have different kind of interest groups within your consortium, this very often is a problem to then actually come up with good recommendations, and they are kind of really washed, and afterwards you actually do not read anything new at all. I mean, you could do it without actually having started the project. So.
Thank you, Mark, for this inspiring talk. I'm going to take advantage of your background a bit, that you have both this economic and cultural anthropology kind of a point of view. And I was interested in how you describe the pitfalls of current transdisciplinary work of the self-interests of groups. So every group has its own self-interest, and I think I appreciate that, and I think it's a good thing to focus on. And the only thing I'm wondering is what is self-interest for different groups also. So different groups have different ideas of what's interesting for them. And also I'm missing a bit then the idea of transformation in your whole presentation. So sometimes people go and work together with other people to discover new things about themselves. And I think that would also be applied to culture itself. How does culture evolve? You know, there's this new element all the time. So I didn't see the transformation part at the end, but I do agree with your kind of almost industry-oriented kind of approach. I think it's positive, but yeah, I miss a bit the transformation. You know? And maybe economics can also transform. So I'm also missing out how the economics transform in that process. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. It would be great to have more time to also reflect on this issue, on this transformation part. I guess my important point was just to pinpoint certain elements, maybe even to provocate a little. At the same time, I would think we have a lot of people who are very interested in transdisciplinary issues, which we could rather consider as generalists, because they feel very inspired by learning from others, and I think we have a huge lot of these people, and in my point of view, we need to find them, and we need to find them also in the younger group, and to assist them in having some kind of career where they can use this wide interest by, for example, becoming some kind of research generalist. And this would be my transformation path. But the way we are currently on our way is we have everybody wants to become the top specialist in its own field. And the problem is that the currency is high-ranked journal publications. And for this reason, it's some kind of waste of time to be dragged too much into this transdisciplinary work. I think we just need other people. And I would be probably more interested to do it. You would probably be more interested to do it. And we could both work together, you know? So this would be the transformation path. I would, I think I have it in there.
Thank you very much. So we are going to continue with our So our final keynote speaker before the panel discussion is online. And Dr. Kike Bassett, which is a pediatrician and global health researcher, whose work has a profound impact on infectious disease prevention and health equity. Now director of the Barcelona Institute of Global Health, Dr. Bassett's work lies at the intersection of clinical care, infectious disease research, and global public health, focusing particularly on diseases that affect vulnerable children. His contributions span from malaria prevention and treatment to the development of low-cost health technologies and innovative methods like minimally invasive autopsies to better understand causes of death in low research settings. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Kike Bassett.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Can I just double check that you are hearing me well? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Kike.
Fantastic. I'm not allowed to share my screen, so I don't know if I need special permission to do that or if you want to put my slides yourself and pass them on.
We are going to give you permission.
One second, it's asking me all kinds of things.
I think we do have a technical problem. 1 minute.
So we have some technical issues. Nothing, sorry. Going back.
Forgive me for that. I don't know what happened. It all went out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, can I double check? Can you see my slides? Fantastic. So forgive me for all this. I wish I was with you physically in Montpellier. I'm in Barcelona. It's a public holiday here. And let me just start because we are already a little bit late because of all these technical problems. My intention today is to talk about global health and present some ideas about global health and some of the greatest challenges that we are facing as of 2025. And I need to start by a very personal preamble. I'm a pediatrician by training and a clinical researcher, but not the kind of clinical researcher that looks like in the picture, rather a clinical researcher that works in these kind of settings. In low-income settings where I do very applied clinical research, trying to bring solutions to the problems of the populations, and in particular of the pediatric populations of these kind of settings. And this is me working in Manisa in Mozambique a few years ago. You can see that I have less white hairs in my head. As an introduction, when I was training as a medical doctor, I was trained very, very little in the biggest problems of low-income countries. And this is a figure I just drafted to summarize how much training I was given in malaria, which is one of the biggest killers of people in the world, and diseases of low-income settings during my entire 6 years of medical school and 4 years of pediatrics training. And as you can see, my training in that was very, very little and very insufficient. And this contrasts with the burden of disease of this kind of diseases. And therefore the curricula of training in those diseases that most affect the most vulnerable populations in poor settings is clearly unbalanced. And we live in a world of contrasts, and your birthplace will condition your life, whether you are born healthy in a hospital, like in those two pictures, one in Western world and the other one in Mozambique, for example, whether you are born healthy at home, and this is a picture from Kenya, or whether you are born sick, and you're born sick in a hospital, and this is the intensive pediatric neonatal intensive care unit in San Juan de Déu in Barcelona, or what they call a neonatal care unit in a city called Blantyre in Malawi. Obviously, there are big differences whether you are born in different places in the world. There are huge differences also in terms of drug availability and abundance. We have all kinds of drugs and all kinds of devices that to administer those drugs if you need them in a setting like Barcelona, for example. But this is the pharmacy I encountered the first time I went to Mozambique and I started working as a pediatrician there, where the pharmacy and the availability of drugs was very, very much limited. There are obviously other big differences in relation to access to care. If I have a heart attack or if I have a car accident in a setting like Barcelona in the middle of the street or in the middle of the motorway, I will have very quick response and very quick capacity to reach the healthcare system. Whereas if I have a problem in sub-Saharan Africa or in the Pacific or in the Brazilian Amazon and I need to reach the health system, I will encounter enormous difficulties. And there are also very frank inequities and differences regarding burden of disease and availability of health issues. No? For example, this is a cartogram summarizing the problem of neonatal mortality in the world, and the most inflated the geographic representation of in this map, the biggest the problem. No? And you can see that neonatal mortality is essentially a problem of the Indian subcontinent and Asia and sub-Saharan Africa, but compare this with the availability of doctors in the world. No, clearly huge differences. Some people call the 20th century as the wonder century because there were dramatic decreases in child mortality, a disease like smallpox was eradicated, polio and measles were nearing eradication, although we never managed to do so. Life expectancy was increasing enormously and very fast, and there was wealth and global commerce which were increasing, and the communication technologies and information were keeping us much more connected. But some people see that wonder century also as not true, no? Because we remained or child mortality remained unacceptably high in many settings. Global inequities were continuously growing. A larger, increasing proportion of the world's population were living with less than $1 per day. And infectious diseases still prevail as the major cause of morbidity and mortality among the poorest quintile of the world, in the context of an unstoppable population growth. There is a vicious circle that is established between disease and poverty. Those that are born sick tend to become poor or live in poverty, and those that are poor are more vulnerable to become sick. And this vicious circle is very, very difficult to break. But we have some tools like science, like research, like innovation that could actually help us to break this vicious circle and turn it into a virtuous circle that goes from health to development. There is a concept which is the 90-10-10 gap that was very famous at the end of last century and at the beginning of this millennium, which summarizes some of these inequities. The first big thing is that the vast majority of the health expenditure in the world is destined to only a small fraction of the world's population. So about 90% of the health expenditure only goes for about 10% of the world's population. Whereas 90% of the global burden of disease only receives about 10% of the research funding. And this 90-10 gap is something that we need to start reversing, and we're trying to do so. We have a framework, which is the Sustainable Development Framework, that tries to bring solutions to some of the biggest problems in the world. I will not go into detail. I'm very sure that you're very much aware of this framework. And let me show you some current trends in global health. And to do that, we need to revise some of the definitions. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and is not merely the absence of disease. And global health, although it has several different definitions, can also be very simply defined as improving health for all people worldwide. And this involves a collaborative, transnational, multidisciplinary effort with research and actions. And regarding health within the Sustainable Development Goals, remember that in the past we had the Millennium Goals, where we had different goals that were specifically tackling health. In this new framework of the SDGs, we only have one SDG that directly tackles health, which is SDG 3, which says that we need to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all. The rest of the SDGs can tackle health, but from the socioeconomic determinants or indirectly. So let us look at some trends. The first graph on top describes the evolution in the last many decades of child mortality, and you can see how dramatically we have managed to reduce child mortality in the past centuries. Essentially, we've gone from more than 450 children dying out of every 1,000 live births, so nearly half of all births were ending up in deaths in the past, to having a child mortality which is in many cases below 50 per 1,000 live births. And this needs to be looked in parallel to the average number of babies per woman from the 1800s to today. And you can see how closely those two graphs match, When child mortality was essentially a huge problem and most of the deliveries ended up in death, women had many children. On average, had more than 5, more than 6 children per fertile window. Whereas today, in parallel to the decrease in child mortality, we are seeing also a very marked increase in the number of babies that women have on average. And this also goes in parallel to the increases in life expectancy that we are seeing. And we can see changes, whereas somebody that was born at the beginning of the 1800s had an average life expectancy of 31 years. We now have in the world life expectancies that go beyond 75 years of age. So over 40 years of difference in just a couple of centuries. Let us look at some pyramids. This is the world's population pyramid. We are now approaching 8 billion for 200 million people, inhabitants, or 8.2 billion people in the world. The average, the global population pyramid looks a little bit like this, but compare it to the population pyramid of Western Africa, for example, where we have the classical shape of a true pyramid and not a pagoda, and where the bases are the widest, and that means that we are still seeing lots of children and very few, much fewer older people. Three major discoveries that have contributed to the lower mortality from infectious diseases, and you can see the pictures of the people here and what they did. Edward Jenner, which was responsible for the first vaccine concept, in this case for smallpox. Ignaz Semmelweis, that was responsible for the concept of hand hygiene, and when you were entering into surgical procedures or when you were helping deliver a baby, how important hand hygiene was to avoid the contagion of infectious pathogens, and therefore very easy to prevent just with the use of soap of infectious diseases. And of course, Alexander Fleming with the discovery of penicillin and all the antibiotics that came afterwards. Those three things together are the major culprits of this massive decrease in mortality globally. Let's look at some of the numbers in terms of leading causes of death globally. In 2019, we had about 56 million deaths worldwide, and I've deliberately chosen 2019 immediately before COVID. And the major causes of mortality at the time were ischemic heart disease, stroke, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So three non-communicable diseases were by far the most common causes of mortality globally. But then we had COVID coming in 2020, and COVID was responsible for 3 million deaths in 2020 alone, although those are the official number of deaths. But if we look at mortality in 2024, we had 62 million cases of death. Of course, this needs to put in context of the population growth. In 5 years, we've had an important increase in the numbers of people living in the world. But also remember how quickly an infectious disease like COVID expanded in the world, caused massive amounts of deaths. The official death toll of COVID is about 6 million, but the unofficial death toll of COVID has been calculated at more than 25 million deaths. And that's the excess mortality that has been seen globally during these last 5 years. This is another way of representing the distribution of causes of death globally in the past years. We have injuries that have remained pretty much constant in pink color in the bottom. Maybe they have decreased slowly. Non-communicable diseases that have continued to increase throughout the last 3 decades. And communicable or infectious diseases, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases that fortunately have decreased importantly in the last years. Look at the fact that this figure finishes in 2019, so immediately before COVID. So if we were putting the contribution of COVID, we will see the brown color increasing again in the last 5 years. These are the major types of microorganisms causing infections and therefore causing infectious mortality. And we can see that they are different and of different complexity. Viruses will be the most simple pathogens causing disease. Bacteria would be slightly more complicated. Protozoa or parasites or parasitic worms, which would be incredibly much more complicated, no? And this has to do with the complexity of the pathogen itself, and often a virus is compared like a bicycle. A bacteria would be very much like a small car, but a parasite or a parasitic worm would be like a rocket, no, or the Challenger, no, much more complex. And the complexity of the parasite or the pathogen also has to do with the complexity of the response of the host that is infected, no? And how these are going to respond to an infection. Let me give you a couple of definitions also to understand differences in infectious diseases and how they spread. An infectious disease is considered endemic when the disease is regularly found in a particular population or area. For example, malaria is endemic in most of sub-Saharan Africa. A disease is considered epidemic when there is a sudden rise of a disease above the expected level in a given population. And an outbreak would be a small epidemic, and a true epidemic would be a very large outbreak, less limited geographically. And a pandemic is when an epidemic that has spread over several countries or continents affects a large number of people. We have the examples of the COVID pandemic or the Mpox pandemic, or for example. You must be familiar with these kind of figures that became very popular during COVID, but this is a representation of some of the major pandemics that have affected humankind. HIV/AIDS is probably the most important one in the last years. But if we think of the number of deaths that pandemics like the Black Death cause, or smallpox, or the Spanish flu, you need to put those also in the context of the global population at the time, no? And the Black Death was supposed to have caused around 200 million deaths, but this is probably about a third or a quarter of the entire global population at that time, no? So they need to be put in context of the population living in the world at the time they were occurring. What makes a disease eradicable? It needs to be an infectious disease. We need to be able to prevent or treat the infection, maybe through vaccines or maybe through very effective treatments. And of course, depending on the complexity of that disease, we will see whether it is or not feasible to think of its possible eradication, no? One disease may be caused by a single or versus multiple pathogens. Of course, if it's only one, it will be easier to tackle. It may affect one versus many hosts. A disease or an infection that affects only humans will be easier to tackle than an infection that affects not only humans but also animals, no? And imagine how difficult it will be to tackle if you also need to prevent it in animals, which may be also hosts. A disease will be more easy to tackle if it has identifiable symptoms, whereas some infections can infect humans and cause an asymptomatic infection and therefore be more difficult to detect, no? It will be easier to eradicate if focal elimination has worked previously, and if there is a political will and a financial support because there is a perceived burden and therefore there is an interest to eliminate. So far, humans have only been able to eradicate two diseases, one in humans and one in animals. The one in humans is obviously smallpox. The one in animals is rinderpest. But there are some diseases that are on their last mile towards eradication. Polio is the clearest example. Guinea worm disease is also a very good example, and it's a pity that Jimmy Carter died because he was pushing the last efforts for Guinea worm eradication. But there are other diseases like lymphatic filariasis, cysticercosis, measles, mumps, rubella that are approaching a situation where we can think they may be eradicable. These are the last emerging or re-emerging infectious threats that the world has suffered. Of course, COVID-19 and Mpox as the last ones, but we had SARS in the early 2000s, Zika virus, H1N1 influenza, measles, Ebola, MERS that have occurred. And the tendency is that we are going to be seeing increases rather than decreases in the emergence of new pathogens, because there will be lots of those. And how do we define an emerging or re-emerging infectious disease? It needs to have appeared in a population for the first time or reappear after more than 20 years of absence. And we need to see a rapidly increasing trend in its incidence or geographic range. And how many pathogens are we talking about? In the last 20 years, we've described more than 300 new pathogens and more than 30 new infectious diseases. You may describe a new pathogen that doesn't cause disease, but you may describe the new pathogen in the context of it causing a new infectious disease. But we know that there are over 300,000 unknown viruses that are waiting to be discovered. And the cost of discovering those viruses is enormous and difficult to quantify. But we are at risk of facing many, many new emerging threats. And we need to prioritize those pathogens and those threats. And WHO has made a big effort in describing how to prioritize those pathogens and put some DNA viruses, some RNA viruses, and some bacteria in the top list of priorities. And I encourage you to look at this document because it's very comprehensive and allows us to understand where the big threats may be coming from. And some drivers of emerging diseases have to do with urbanization and deforestation, for example, Ebola, wildlife trade and consumption, SARS was related to this, livestock production like avian influenza, global travel and trade, vector-borne diseases, for example, those related to Albopictus, Aedes albopictus mosquitoes, are related to the travel of pathogens also. And we are seeing cases of dengue, for example, in places where it had disappeared and is re-emerging. We are seeing cases of malaria in places where it had disappeared. And also importantly, biodiversity loss, like West Nile virus or climate change. And I cannot tell you how important climate change is in the wider dissemination of pathogens all over the world. And let me talk a little bit about this changing planet and this uncertain scenario that is arising in the last decades. And as I mentioned before, we had SARS in the 2000s, swine flu, polio in relation to problems with distribution of vaccines for polio, cholera, Ebola, obviously in the 2014 big epidemic in Guinea-Bissau, in Sierra Leone and Liberia and in Guinea, Zika, chikungunya, dengue, climate disasters, other kinds of massive problems that are spreading very fast, like diabetes 2, obesity, smoking. We are facing a changing planet, and obviously that has massive consequences in terms of the changing health of our planet, no? And I don't need to tell you about this. Some of the consequences of this climate emergency that we are suffering, and this is not new, we are suffering this climate emergency for a few decades now, are natural disasters, including droughts and floods. And I don't need to tell you how this is becoming the new normality, unfortunately. Massive displacements, population displacements in relation to some of those disasters, epidemics that ensue in relation to some of those problems of epidemics of diarrheal diseases like cholera, vector-borne infections, etc., and the lack of basic resources, water, food, shelter, which are direct consequences of the climate emergency. This is a very interesting figure that summarizes some of the impact of climate change in human health. The impact derived from more extreme weather, from rising sea levels, for increasing CO2 levels, and from rising temperatures. And all of this has consequences in terms of the risk of infection. Some of those are infectious, of the risk of new diseases. Some of these are infectious diseases, some of these are chronic diseases. And I think this figure is a good summary of some of the consequences. But also, we are witnessing the spread, and COVID was a paradigmatic example of this, of mental health issues, no? And we saw it during the massive explosion of mental health issues related to COVID, but we were already seeing this before and after COVID, no? And we need to be very aware that this is also a new pandemic that is affecting globally. And as a pediatrician, I cannot underestimate the effect that the climate emergency is having specifically in children, because the children are more vulnerable. And it has been calculated that children under 5 will suffer about 90% of the burden of diseases attributable to climate change. And this is a complex estimation to make. But there are some reasons that explain this. The years of accumulated exposure. Of course, if a child is born today, it is directly much more exposed than an adult that was born 60 years ago and is exposed to higher levels of environmental problems and climate problems from the moment of birth, whereas somebody that was born 60 years ago will not have that accumulated exposure. But children have other characteristics that make them also more vulnerable and more prone to suffer the impact and the effects. In relation to how children eat, its behavioral patterns, the dependency of adult caregivers, etc. So children will suffer more the problems attributable to climate change, and pregnant women will be also the other big group of vulnerable populations. And of course, pregnant women are carrying babies, and they are gonna represent a population group that we are particularly interested to protect. Low resource countries will be those suffering more, and their children will be affected twice. No, and there is a flagrant injustice because despite low and middle income countries are those producing less of the global emissions. It has been calculated that they produce less than 10% of the global emissions. They still remain those most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And these two cartograms, I think, summarize very well the differences in terms of CO2 emissions, but in contrary, where the global burden of suffering related to climate emergency will occur. And we are at risk of reverting many of the success stories of the past 50 years in terms of inequalities. We know today that nearly a third of the world's population lives in a situation of poverty. By 2030, an estimated additional 100 million people could fall into extreme poverty, and further 200 million may become displaced due to climate disasters. And if we continue with the same as usual, within the next 3 decades, over 3,000 million people will fall into those poverty conditions, and this is something we cannot allow. And the geographic distribution of where children live today in the world is also important to understand where the consequences of climate change and other environmental hazards will be in the next couple of decades. No? And there are already big inequalities in the distribution of children globally. As of today, the majority of the children are already living in low and middle income countries where the health systems are more fragile. But where is exactly population growth occurring is an important determinant of where problems will be. And within only one generation, so by 2050, a third of the world's children will live in sub-Saharan Africa. And in 2100, 13 out of the 20 of the most populated cities will be in Africa, whereas today in 2025, only 2 of the most populated cities in the world are in Africa. And this unequal demographic growth, predominantly affecting sub-Saharan Africa and those countries which are already suffering the major global burden of diseases, and where the health systems and prevention are more fragile, will determine where we will have to face and fight most of the problems derived from the climate emergency. Children born today in low and middle income countries will have higher chances of being affected by the health issues derived from climate change, and they will have this double burden, not only from intergenerational inequalities, so children more vulnerable than adults, but also from geographical inequalities, i.e. being children, being poor, and especially being both things, children and poor. And this will unavoidably perpetuate the vicious circle of poverty and disease that I was mentioning at the beginning of this talk. Some examples of how children will be affected. Effects of droughts and floods in areas already affected by food insecurity. This will increase malnutrition, and we know malnutrition is at the center of many of the problems related with child mortality. Worsening of water, sanitation, and food will cause diarrheal diseases, increases in vector-borne diseases due to changes in climatic conditions. We are seeing, for example, malaria in highlands of Ethiopia where malaria had disappeared and it's already back. We're seeing big epidemics of malaria, for example, in Pakistan, because of the big extreme climatic events like big floods that occurred in 2023. We will see heat waves in places where cooling is not easy. We will see massive displacements, and this will cause epidemic outbreaks, interruption of vaccination programs, schooling interruptions, etc. All of this particularly hitting hard children. This is a picture of floods in Mozambique. More than 500 million children live today in high flood risk areas, and more than 160 million people live in areas of extreme droughts. We are seeing both things occurring, sometimes even in the same countries, no? And again, some pictures of the floods and the cyclones that affected Mozambique only a few years ago that caused massive disruptions in the country. And this is my last slide. You call us the future, but we are already the present, and we need to focus on the health of children if we want to continue reversing the major problems of health that affected humanity in the last centuries, and if we want to go back in this improving trend that we had seen and that was interrupted in the last years, particularly by the COVID pandemic. And let me stop sharing my screen. I hope you could hear me well. I know I talked very fast, but I hope you perceive some of the big challenges that are affecting the world today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kike, to be with us even online. As we are running out of time, what I propose to you and to the assembly that we can take the question to Kike during the panel discussion, or maybe one question while the chair are moving everywhere. So.
Thank you so much for this presentation. So I'm a PhD student in environmental epidemiology, and I would like to ask you like a question based on my curiosity rather than on the content of the presentation itself, so no pointing fingers. But I was very intrigued because you're also a pediatrician and an activist in global health, and you're one of the researchers in the global burden of disease study, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that there's like a factor that's not very discussed when speaking or dealing with global health. I want to take your opinion. Why is war rarely discussed when speaking about global health, given that it's one of the most contributor to a lot of hostilities and diseases that are not just the death that it causes, but also a lot of non-communicable diseases and communicable diseases. So what is your take on this? Thank you.
It's absolutely, you're absolutely right. It's a very important problem that is typically not mentioned as a major cause. It's part of the injuries part when you describe the three main causes: non-communicable, communicable, and injuries. So it enters there. But sociopolitically speaking, is also a massive determinant of health. No, if you are living in a country in war, you don't have access to the normal health system. You are fearing for your life, and you're running often, trying to save your life. And it's not discussed as a determinant of health typically. So I couldn't agree more with you, and I think it's obviously a political argument why this is not normally included in the equation of what is killing people in the world today.
Thank you to our online presenter, and we now have our final panel discussion before we break for lunch. We have a bit less time for our panel discussion, so I think we will dive pretty much right directly into some questions and first reactions of our panelists. We have seen great presentations. We have learned about the tensions between different orientations in transdisciplinary projects, on maybe solutions or on deeper understanding of problems. We have learned about how important it is to have good communication and the journey towards transdisciplinarity, and the role of interests and of interest in your own agenda, but also what influence incentives have. And the final presentation, I think, also showed us once again the importance of societal factors and inequality. So I will now start with our panelists. You are also, the audience will also have a chance for questions, but first round to the panelists. What surprised you maybe the most this morning, or did you learn something new? So I'll start with Laura, please.
Thank you. I really got excited about a lot about groundwater. So thank you for that. Yes, a lot of connections starting up, and this actually goes into a comment that you made, Mark, that I really liked, this fact about being a generalist or not. I felt very targeted because that is how I function. I think some species of us are better made for transdisciplinary work than others because of this fact that there's connections that happen in my mind when I hear something, and then I go, oh, this is cool, that could be put to that and that and that, and it always goes over and across things, not deep into always, which is another way of functioning. So I think there were many good take-home things today, but I really liked the fact that we're actually talking about what this is with others that have done it. And continuing to see the challenges and the benefits, and maybe finding also ways forward through the loopholes. So that's my first reflection.
Thank you for this question. I was surprised by our presentation because what I done, I could see in a structured way and in a framework. I did only based on my exercise, but I could learn how I should do or how I should continue. I was also impressed by Mark's presentation because it surprised me how strictly he could determine the main point of the success in a transdisciplinary research. I am involved in such a research, but I am suffering from those issues that you mentioned, so I could learn for future research exercises. And these health issues I also close to my thinking because most of them are water-induced problem, and they also connected to climate change. So I enjoyed the last presentation as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I was kind of struck by two facts, actually. The first one is how often we spoke about communication skills. And I think, I mean, we have a lot of PhD students here. And in my point of view, it's totally fine if you are so committed to your discipline that you really want to be a top specialist in your discipline. This is absolutely fine. And well, most probably it might then even be enough to be understood by your audience in the field you're working in. However, if you are interested in working in a transdisciplinary way, I think it's really, really, really important to have a lot of communication with others and to ensure that others understand what you're talking about, because very often this is not the case. So you gave the example, well, make a remark if you're lost by hearing someone else. I think this is a crucial issue. And the second one is this issue of a generalist. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or if it's good that the generalist does not have any clue about what the project is actually about. I mean, for example, in Scrum projects, we particularly have a Scrum Master who does not know anything about what is actually talked about. And it does have its advantages. At the same time, if I've pointed this issue, we need a strong consortium leader, and maybe this person needs to be widely interested and might have communication skills, and to to also ask interesting questions. Maybe for this you need the particular knowledge. So this is kind of which is working in my head, where I do not have an answer yet, but.
Yeah, in line with this remark and the last presentation as well, I've got a pessimistic viewpoint, I would say, and but it's a challenge, as we are talking about the future next generation that are already the present and PhD student as well. We have seen that the challenges we as a species are facing are interplaying, are interrelated, require a lot of interdisciplinary approaches, while at the same time, the amount of knowledge you can access within 5 years or 8 years of higher education is limited, so that it becomes more and more difficult to address those challenges while we are inciting the student, the future generation, to learn more and more things. And we cannot delay, you cannot extend the studies, the higher education studies forever. You cannot extend the length of PhD thesis forever. And you have to provide them with some workplace and so on. So there is a challenge for us who are in tenure positions already to provide some tracks that are truly interdisciplinary, for which we have decided, delineated very well what is absolutely necessary in each of the fields that are required to address those challenges, and not leave the students to wander around in the books, on the internet, on ChatGPT, or find out what's interesting for your field, because it will be very suboptimal. So I think the main challenge from my viewpoint from this morning's talk is that the training of the new generation of scientists is a major challenge, because we have to optimize it. For the moment, it's not that optimized, and that's my both pessimistic but also interesting, I think, challenge to confront and to discuss here.
Thank you. Kike, as you're our online panelist, do you also have a remark on how you experienced the presentations this morning?
Yes,
or your colleagues just said.
Very, very quickly, because I didn't see the presentations this morning. I connected only for my time, but perhaps just to add to what has just been said, that there are important challenges in the training of the next generation of students, and one of them is integrating more the different disciplines, and also finding the vocations. In the field where I work and what I talked about, which is global health, we're struggling to find people with vocation that want to enter, not that are not interested in this particular kind of topics, but want to dedicate their professional career to this, no? And we are required to train them into a much more interdisciplinary way, because now it's no longer focusing, for example, on infections. It's focusing on health, and at the same time on politics, and at the same time on social sciences, etc. So fostering this interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity is becoming an integral part of the curriculum of the training of these students, and is becoming more difficult to do. And precisely that's one of the good things of CHARM, no? That fosters this kind of interdisciplinarity. But I'll shut up here, that I've spoke a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you. So training the future generation has been mentioned now a few times, and now we have, I know, maybe room for one or two pressing questions from our audience, which are, of course, also members of these future generations, our PhDs. So any questions? Yes, Clara, I see one question here. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to take the space from the young generation, but we have one question online.
Yeah.
Maybe Mark, you are able to answer it because it says, well, there seem to be quite a lot of complications and problems when talking about transdisciplinary research. And the question is concretely then how to win over researchers of any career stage to do transdisciplinary research if it seems to be quite complicated. So what would you say? Maybe Mark, you can start and then the others can join as well.
Well, actually, I'm quite optimistic, but I would go with Mirceus, right? I think we have to start a little more from the beginning, and we need to show the younger generation what might be needed to do interdisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research, and I think we need to get the incentives right. I think if we have certain tendering processes of science institutions, we need to just shape what needs to be done, and all the current researchers are able to write nice words, and however, it is not enough monitored how to really put them into practice. And this would be my real starting point. And the bigger thing to do is to kind of develop possibilities for research generalists. So this would be my answer. Probably you all have your ideas.
Good point. So I saw another question from the audience. Oh, Iris, I saw your hand moving. So, and Patrick.
That's one, but as a person that work in education, I think it's really important to also encourage the even younger generation, students of younger ages, children and teenagers to engage in transdisciplinarity, at least on some level, and to give them the inspiration and the future tools to tackle the challenges that will emerge in the future, and try to kind of maybe predict what kind of tools they would need. So I had the pleasure of having a teacher that was very much Montessori inspired already as a kid, and I was never a fan of the borders between disciplines. I couldn't understand why there should be borders there, but so is that something that should be encouraged more, to have teachers that do that in the future? Or any other thoughts around that topic?
Yeah, good question. I don't know if we can answer it now, but I think we'll keep that for the lunch. Iris, is that okay? Yes. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I came in a bit late, but I checked with Ohad and heard that the word integration expert wasn't mentioned yet. And I fell into the discussion about the specialists and the generalists. In the debate about inter and transdisciplinarity, there's now a plea that is being made for an integration expert as someone who has a slightly different role compared to the specialist, but also compared to the generalist. Sabine Hoffmann from Switzerland is leading this discussion. And what I always find very interesting and appealing about this role and the definition is that she always says that an integration expert kind of does all the work or facilitates all the work of the specialists. And they don't offer specialist kind of knowledge, insights, methodologies themselves. But that person has to know and has to have experience with what it means to work as a specialist. So we need, in terms of training, I guess we need to still kind of train people in at least two kind of ways. Later today, I'll also talk about it, a specialization, some form of specialization, and then maybe either a generalist or an integrative mindset. And I'm just curious what the panel thinks about this debate. Like,
designating a specific role, not just for the specialist or the generalist, but for the integration expert?
Well, I would love to give the panel one last round of reactions, but be quick because the lunch is waiting for us.
Okay, so I won't repeat what I said in the morning about facilitation. If you didn't hear it, I don't know if there's a recording. But, but one of the things that I really think is a key in this structural understanding of what's happening in a transdisciplinary project, and which I have been working a lot with, is to actually tackle some of the challenges that came up. So if we have specialists and they want to publish in specialized journals and so forth, and we keep that going on, we're not going to get out of this mess. But a lot of the projects that I've seen that have functioned well, they from the beginning say, we're going to do special publications, we're targeting transdisciplinary books or anthologies or journals. And in my project, I've actually had a whole discussion with my university set up so that we get credited the artists as researchers. So their artwork are publications. And every time we have an event, it's credited as part, even though my university is not an artistic research university. So there's all these micro shifts that one can do when leading and initiating a project, where you can already change the incentive, so to speak, to be more into where everybody's knowledge is going to be valid and get credit and be also lifted up and so forth. So that was one of the things I wanted to say. There's lots more to say too, but I'll give this to more other people.
Thank you very much, Iris. This kind of cleared my mind. I totally agree with the integration specialist. This is a much better name for it. And I think this integration specialist, as you said, needs to have a knowledge about working in a specialized way. So well, that's great. I just wanted to make up another, in my point of view, very important issue. When we speak about transdisciplinary work, we speak, for example, on issues where we do not have certain industries, for example, involved. And on the other hand side, we might speak about industry involved in certain transdisciplinary work. And I've very much experienced lately that the real problem is in working with industry that while we just come up with great solutions, however, then the PhD student is finished and is leaving university, and then there's nobody who is actually assisting the industry any longer to use this innovation. And I think we need to take this into account also compared to the US universities to really ensure that what we are developing is getting into practice.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have anything interesting to add, and I think we are running out of time, so thank you.
So thank you all very much for this discussion. And yes, another round of applause for our speakers and panelists.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. I think we can go for a lunch outside and see you back here. Oh, yes, sorry. They want to take a picture of everyone. So maybe follow Alice to the pictures place, and then you can have the lunch. Thank you. Thank you, Kike, also.
Hello?
Just a big one, yeah.
That's the back.
Yeah, should work.
And the computer's up there.
Over there, yeah, so you just control them. People over there, yeah. Right.
Good?
Yeah, right, should work.
It happens.
Shall we wait? Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you for being back. We're going to start again.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Good afternoon, guten Tag, goeiedag. What else would I have? Bonjour, buenos dias, jó napot kívánok. Bye-bye, thank you. Good dag, is that Norwegian? Good dag? Good dag? Okay, right. So welcome everyone. My name is Kinga Kaplat-Kodachi from ELTE University Budapest, and I'm going to facilitate this session together with Jill this afternoon. We have a very interesting afternoon session coming on about knowledge systems, democracy, and social transformation with researchers from digital humanities, law, philosophy of science. We have the same structure that we had in the morning. You will have a little time to ask your questions after the presentation, and then we have a panel discussion in the end of the afternoon sessions. Our first speaker, let me introduce Jennifer Edmund. Jennifer Edmund is an associate professor in digital humanities at Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. She holds PhD Germanic language and literature, and she is the co-director of the Trinity Center for Digital Humanities. Professor Edmund is an internationally recognized expert in application of arts and humanities, insights into academic and societal challenges arising at the intersection of information and communication technologies and culture. And she's also the former president of the board of directors of the Pan-European Research Infrastructure for the Arts and Humanities called DARIA EU. Professor Edmund, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much for that introduction. Oh, I'm a little short. Okay. I make up for it in energy. Well, Gugich, I'll add the Irish language to the hellos there because I'm coming to you from Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland, and talking to you a little bit about something where I really didn't know where to stop because so much of my work and so much of what underpins my work is about inter and transdisciplinarity that it was really hard to know what to include. So if you want to ask me a question about something different, by all means do. And indeed, you'll notice I'm going to actually move quite quickly through some of the slides because I put more in than I could possibly talk about in 30 minutes, just to make sure that I could pivot to what might be of interest in the, given the conversations over the first part of the day. So the first thing I want to do is give you a positionality statement. I feel it's kind of like, these, you see meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous on television, and they're like, my name is Jennifer. As was mentioned in the biography, I was trained as a very, very straightforward scholar of Germanic languages and literatures. That didn't stick. I actually left academia for about 10 years, give or take, and came back in the field of digital humanities, which is inherently interdisciplinary, always in interaction with library science and computer science at a minimum. I'm now working more and more what's called critical digital humanities, which brings me not only to the transdisciplinary edge, but also more and more in contact with public actors. And this question of, well, as a humanist, because at the end of the day, my brain is still programmed as a German language and literature scholar, a scholar of languages, literatures, and cultures. How do I make that work in a transdisciplinary context? Do we have any humanists here in the room? Yeah, okay, up the humanists. Okay, you'll enjoy this. So, I've also done quite a lot of research, communication, science communication, outreach, work with artists. So there's a lot of different directions we could take the discussion now or later. So let's start, though, with what I kind of prepared to say. Okay. Come on, come on. Okay, leave it to the digital humanist to not be able to get the button to work. Okay, so we're going to start with the question of challenges of the humanities and transdisciplinary contexts, because, and this goes back to a project I did quite a few years ago now called Sparkle, where we're looking at scholarly primitives, the sort of the basic things in scholarship and how they work. I'm just gonna, you know, oh, there we go. Okay, so, and I want to start with this idea of socio-technical, or in this case, sort of research imaginaries, the imaginaries that come to mind when we think of the arts and humanities as disciplines. And they might look a little bit like this, the idea of the solo scholar sitting in the library, brushing away flies. That's actually the book fool, for those of you who don't speak German, or as something that is protected. And it's interesting that this whole idea of the humanities as sort of the research version of the shopkeeper's soul keeper, that sort of protected sphere of research. I would hear that a lot about 20 years ago when I would say, I'm really interested in seeing how humanities research can be applied. And people say, oh no, that's not. There are reasons for that, and I'll come back to that. But I think it's important to recognize from the outset that these are the sort of the imaginaries I was taught into to think about my discipline. And of course, the set of disciplines that sit within it. However, as I began to work in the digital humanities, these imaginaries didn't fit. And I wanted to actually look and say, well, what are the processes of these disciplines like, so that we can better understand how we might use them or how we might apply them in different formats. Okay, so it's working, but it's slow. So the work of that project revealed a number of really interesting things to me, which I now have a better language for. I think that's one of the interesting things. So Lorraine Daston, when she talks about the humanities, she kind of talks about how science technology studies have failed the humanities and how we don't have the right kind of language to talk about what we do. And that's one of the things I was working at establishing in this project. And one of the things I realized very clearly is that the idea of dealing with complexity is at the heart of a lot of what we do. And I'll come back in a minute to the idea of the stereoscopic. This is a Beckett manuscript owned by our library in Trinity. You can't simplify that without losing something. You can digitize the text. It's been done. You can make a digital edition. It's been done in a very interesting manner. But to think about the relationship between what's crossed out, what's left in, how it's written, the ink, the doodles, all of that, in order to understand what Beckett was trying to express, it's important to keep that in. And this is the kind of thing that I think that we are trained to do in humanities. And of course, this can happen even in other disciplines other than literary studies. Just looking at a very simple Japanese haiku, and then when you try and translate it, I mean, we all think translation is so simple now, right? Because, you know, we have all these machines that can do it. And yet, each of those translations, if you look at the names of the translators, you can start to see that each one of them comes from a particular position. Each one of them comes from a particular set of aesthetic goals. This is the kind of complexity that I feel that I was trained to respect and embrace, and not try to push to the edges, which I think is one of the strengths that I bring to transdisciplinary work. Okay. And this is where we come to this idea, and this is a great piece of digital humanities research called Why Are the Digital Humanities So White? Where Tara McPherson talks about the idea of lenticular logic versus stereoscopic logic. Lenticular logic, when you turn, that's why the little video is there, when you turn the image changes. And it can change quite significantly. You can have a completely different image on one side of a lenticular picture than you would have on the other. And this idea that you look one way and see one thing and look the other way and see something completely different, it loses that context. It loses that complexity. It flattens the view of what's going on. The stereoscopic, on the other hand, again, another early technology of seeing, even though you see one image, what it is a blend of the images. And this is more of what McPherson is thinking of as the way in which the humanities approach things. You can also think about Donna Haraway and the idea of situated knowledge. I see I have a fellow Haraway fan back there. And the idea that, you know, there is no knowledge that is godlike. It's always positional. And I think that we are taught as humanists to respect and work with that in a way that perhaps other disciplines are not. I'm only ever been trained to PhD once, thank God, so I don't know if others would agree. Okay, let's see if we can go on. Hello, good morning. I think the computer had too much lunch. Okay, so coming back to some of the things that this research project where these things have come. Interesting things about the humanists were that, first of all, they were incredibly mobile, but very sensitive to where they were. And this is something that I realized in the pandemic. I suddenly couldn't get certain things done because I wasn't actually on trains and planes, because I'd adapted the way I worked to have certain things be available to certain places. And that applies as well to things like archives and libraries, where humanists would be working in different ways in different places. Very integrative across time. Oh yes, I have this thing that I found when I was a PhD student. Now 30 years later, I finally have the use for it. That kind of rhetoric came up in the interviews we did in this project. A very intense management of time and attention, which again is a benefit, I think, in this particular day and age when intention is being recognized as something that's being taken away from us. A high premium on serendipity, a lot of metaphors around seeing, very multimodal, very embodied knowledge organization. I think Laura, our first speaker, talked about that as well. A lot of multi and microtasking, almost a sort of, and again, none of this was conscious. This came out of talking to a series of colleagues about their processes and trying to understand how they worked. So a lot of this microtasking, a lot of importance placed on expression and audience, and a lot of collaboration. People always say humanists don't collaborate. And I found that every single person we interviewed did, and everyone did in a completely different way, through conferences, through teaching, through projects, through online fora, all sorts of different ways. So really interesting things that for me resisted a lot of what I had been taught about what the humanities were about. Interestingly, also, a lot of denigration of their own processes. A lot of saying things like, oh, I jump from topic to topic. Oh, I'm a flibberty-gibbet. Oh, I know it's not very systematic, when in fact, the systems were very clear when you look below the surface. And I think that that was this set of imaginaries around the humanities coming through. Okay, so, are the humanists really more like this? Okay, maybe not. Had to throw that one in there. Had to move on quickly. Okay. But it allowed me through this work to come up with some of the affordances and constraints. When we talk about technology, we very often talk about affordances and constraints, things that certain things allow us to do and things that they allow us or keep us from doing. And so there were certain things that came through in this work about the strength in the basic research, this very individualized apparatus, the importance of source, the importance of context, the scale. I'm not sure how well humanities scales in a lot of ways, which is why, again, when we talk about things like publications and high impact journals, my colleagues who work in Croatian culture actually publish in Croatian because that makes sense. But again, that scalability is just differently understood in that way. And the idea of development of character and leadership. So where does this leave us in terms of the idea of developing an applied humanities and an applied literary studies specifically? So let's start with the question of, well, does it already exist? Yes and no. And this is what we found in a project called CLS Infra, which I'll talk more about in a second. What we did find, so first of all, there's this very long tradition of talking about the use of the humanities. And so, everything from making us better citizens, making us better thinkers, making us better able to develop technology, making us better in, marketing and sales. It's all there, which is really interesting. But there's a difference between seeing the humanistic skill set as useful and seeing opportunities for transdisciplinary or applied humanities. So we started looking for applied literary studies in this project as a sort of a baseline for us to start from. And there's 3 examples there. And if you look quickly at those examples, 4 examples, 3 of those 4 examples are not carried out by people trained in literary studies. And this is what we found very interesting, is that the methods and the sources of literary studies were actually being taken up in applied and transdisciplinary work, but the literary studies people were not in the projects. And that's what I found so Interesting. The one that you do find is the Cassandra project, which had actually a really controversial uptake. It's about predicting future conflict in areas using the literature produced. Really interesting work, including to Palantir. And this is where we start to have difficulties. If you don't know, Palantir is a very big data company that works in a lot of cybersecurity and defense contexts. Do we really want them in literary studies? No. So this is where that tension came in, is this question of, well, you know, do we really benefit from being that shopkeeper, soul keeper? So the fields where we found this applied literary studies was machine learning, AI, design thinking, psychology, medicine, policy, culture, history, education, consultancy, journalism, art, geography, publishing. I don't think we found a single example actually that was looking to use literary studies and the conventions of literary studies to create transdisciplinary work. Part of this, however, was the challenge of the keywords, because again, this isn't a stable field. And also a lot of times when you have people using literature, they'll call it narrative, they'll call it storytelling. So again, it's mobile still, but interesting what you find when you look. So we broke it down for the purposes of the next part of the project, which I'll talk about in a second, into these kind of 4 ways in which we saw literary narratives being used as evidence. Using fictional narratives as evidence for making claims about past and present cultural and historical identities and values. Using fictional narratives to prototype future scenarios, cultures, identities, and technologies. Using fictional narratives to build or access predictive models. And using fictional narratives as a mechanism for specific, usually individual capacity building. And there's examples there. And by the way, I do hope that the slides will be shared with the participants. Okay, and anything that I'm citing here, there's a link to a Zotero library at the end. So again, don't worry about if you miss something. So this brought us to this question of, and did I actually skip over one? I'm not sure if yes, there we go. So this brought us to the question of, okay, so if we understand what's happening in the academic research, how do we understand the potential for uptake from external actors, potential uptake from those who might use literary studies or, in fact, computational literary studies in their methods? It just doesn't like me. Okay, and this put us in what we call the double hypothetical. So we were interviewing people who didn't currently use literary studies, at least not explicitly, but we were also interviewing them from the point of view of building infrastructure to facilitate this. This is one of the things I've done a lot of in my career, is build infrastructures. So we were saying, if this infrastructure were to exist, then would you use it? So we were actually asking people to make quite a large imaginative leap. But we did see that there were a lot of sectors where there's a lot of chatter about narrative, about storytelling, about literary narratives, about myths, but the kinds of things that find themselves into literary corpora. And again, more things that you can look up afterwards if you want to. Bibliotherapy, narrative medicine, narrative economics, brand narratives, new journalism. These are all places that we found this happening. But of course, because there is no infrastructure for this, how would we know what that infrastructure would look like? Chicken and egg. So we carried out interviews with 15 people from a variety of these sectors to try and understand how they viewed the idea of literary studies being applied in their work. The idea of taking up these kind of codified narratives and imaginaries, and how we could support that potentially from an infrastructural point of view. And the responses were overwhelmingly positive. And that's what we found the most interesting thing, is that the idea of having better access to, closer links to the use of literature in a way that was in line with the conditions around the production of literature was really actually something they were in favor of. However, there were some concerns as well. And it's interesting that the concerns that came out from these potential transdisciplinary partners were exactly the same kinds of concerns that you would get from a literary scholar. First of all, there was a fear that if we encourage literary production for the sake of proving something, for the sake of being used somewhere, that is actually going to become the reason why literature is produced. And I think we live in a moment when the idea of why art is produced is so important. The idea of like, well, if ChatGPT can write this story, well, why should I write it? If Stability AI can produce this image, well, why would I bother to paint a picture? And I think these are really important questions for us to understand about the other purposes of art other than just being a product at the end. But I think there is a risk in introducing those processes as well. Associated to that is the idea that if you know that literature might be applied, then how would that change if people started to understand it as fact? Again, this is something that as a literary scholar, I was very much trained to understand. Where is the line between literary representation as being a representation of something and of that being different from fact? And of course, there's a literariness to much history writing as well, but we won't go into that here. So there's a danger that was perceived there as well. And something that would have to be very carefully managed in a project such as I'm going to talk about in a second. And then finally, the idea that, well, then if you're suddenly using literature, you're going to use it everywhere, and it's no longer going to be used in a way that makes sense. So there were these various tensions, and it's really interesting to us that these came out from the interviewees, not necessarily from the literary scholars in the rest of the CLS Infra project. And I think these two quotes really stand out for me as quite interesting. One's from a policymaker. The policymakers loved this idea because they understand the power of narrative. They understand the power of the literary, especially in Ireland. But for them, the idea was around relationships. And then we had this other interviewee in medicine and psychology, which is about trust. And I think that came out a lot in your presentation, Laura, but in the others as well. There is this sense in which to be transdisciplinary, you have to have a web of trust where I'm going to believe that you know what you're doing and you're going to believe that I know what I'm doing. And that's very hard to negotiate because we don't have the tools necessarily to vet the research that we're deciding to trust. Last bit, literary studies and AI. So this is work that I'm kind of just positioning myself around now. So again, any ideas you have, I'm very grateful for them. So if you think about AI, do you understand what it is and what it does? I don't know, I could do a show of hands, but that's always dangerous in a group like this because like, yeah, I understand it. Do you know it when you see it? Do you believe that it's working in your interest? Do you believe that attempts at AI regulation are effective? And do you believe that AI will cause the end of humanity or solve wicked problems? Again, all of these narratives are out there. And you find different narratives are becoming dominant at different times, not because they've been investigated, but because they meet the imaginaries. And thinking about, how your ideas around what AI is and does might be formed. I mean, before the 1940s, we had a lot of these kind of robot narratives, which I think primed us to think about robots the way we do, because now, if you go to the 2010s, 2020s, we think about robots as people. I find a lot of science fiction is actually it's not actually about science. It is fiction. Well, it's hardly fiction because a lot of it is about alterity. It's about people. It's about managing the difference between different kinds of experiences of the world. And I could go into that in more depth, but I won't. But what's interesting is we had that period in the middle, like 1940s to 1970s, where there was a lot of fiction about engineers and about engineering and about building platforms. And I think it's really interesting that we've lost, it seems, the imaginaries around that process. And now we just think of AI as a person. And that's dangerous because it's not a person, it's a machine. And even in young adult novels that you're seeing now, you have the building of platforms. But that idea that you can have a big data platform that is really influential for human life, and yet how it gets built and how it runs, there's a lot of softness around the way in which that technological understanding is communicated. So I think there's something interesting in the imaginaries. But I'm actually, come on, there we go. And if you think about these imaginaries and how they play into policy, for example, this is a really, really interesting piece of work about how AI is inevitable, AI is necessary, AI as requiring leadership that should obviously come from us, whoever we are, and AI is having a kind of this political, cultural dimension. This is actually influencing the way in which we regulate. So the imaginaries are creeping into the way in which we're actually putting protections in place. And so I think that there's a real impact of this poverty of the imaginaries. If you look at the regulation of AI, even the AI Act, which I think stands out internationally as a great example of how to make some progress, it's product safety legislation. Product safety legislation, which is aligned with Legos and food products. AI is quite different because of the way in which it affects sociality and the way we communicate and interact. So we have this we have a techno-solutionism, and we have things that are not looking at mass experimentations on human subjects. Facebook, I'm looking at you, 2014. Major systemic data breaches. My Irish colleague, Johnny Ryan, has looked at Facebook's data processing as a massive data breach, and I think it's a very meaningful and compelling argument that he makes. Limitations, protections, and cultural participation, which again, if we want to talk about democracy, I have a project called KT4D, which we're actually looking at a cultural critique of the AI Act and the related legislation. We're trying to regulate something for what we don't want rather than from what we do want. But what do we want? What would we want? And again, this is a very humanities problem and question because it's hard to know. So how can we better inform imaginaries of what we might not want from AI? So, I think I'm one back from this. I feel like it's overreacting. Okay, so, all right. No, okay. So, take this one first. If we take the example of privacy, again, this is a project with many arms, and I'm still trying to figure out what are arms and what are legs. But I think privacy is a really interesting question because if we think about privacy now and the way in which privacy appears in either technological or regulatory discourses, your privacy is either a technological challenge, it's a data security threat, which may not be how you see yourself, or it is a market commodity, which may also not be how you see yourself. So I found this really interesting, this tension between how those discourses saw privacy and how I would understand privacy as a scholar of the 19th century novel. Because it's quite different. Now, of course, we're not living in the 19th century anymore. However, many of the regulatory frameworks that we have come from that era. Photography drove journalism, drove the privacy legislation of the day. Back to the famous Brandeis case. So what we did was we decided to actually look and see, can a modern privacy dictionary respond to a literary corpus in a way that tells us something interesting about the way in which we might understand what we might want from AI. So we took this corpus of novels, we looked at them through the lens of this privacy dictionary, and we kind of developed various perspectives on top of that. And one of the interesting things, so this is actually where secrets come up in Wilkie Collins's Woman in White, because Woman in White turned up as one of the highest ranking texts in terms of negative privacy, fear of privacy lost. And it's interesting because if you look at, okay, so secret rather than privacy, but object of interest, a condition or state, a secret kept, a secret told. What I found so interesting is like keeping secrets was important, but telling secrets was also important. And the idea that these characters are negotiating their relationships through secrecy, through information. And that's something that a set of clickers that say, do you or do you not want to share this information? And by the way, you don't understand what we're saying, you're sharing anyway. That's where I thought it was really interesting because we don't have that level of control over what we do and don't share at a given time anymore. Again, it's a change in the norms of privacy, but it's also a change in the purpose of privacy. And it may not be a change that necessarily was consented to generally in the way that it acts, and it may also not be something that is in the interest of people. Again, privacy is actually a public good, not just a private good. So again, you can compare that to this example I just gave you as of real-time bidding as a data breach. But also it just makes us think, well, how would you take this kind of evidence and turn it into something that would be policy actionable? How could you turn this sort of thing into something that you can protect the necessity of a framework for literary studies and all of the health warnings around changing literary studies, but also have this be transferable? That's the work I'm working on now. Would love to hear your thoughts. And if you want to see anything that I cited, unless I forgot anything, it should mostly be in the Zotero library. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Edman. We have a little time for questions. So I'm asking first the audience on site if you have any questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Arif from Marbek. I'm a PhD student. I'm quite interested because you are touching subjects on generative AI in literatures. Because aside from I'm a student and researcher, I also write some science fiction and fantasy stories. So
did you put your hand up as a humanist or no?
No.
You've been outed. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm interested with your view about that because it seems like with the advance of the generative AI, it seems to diminishing the value of the literature or art in general, because if the machine can do it better and faster than we do, so why do we create literature? We create arts. And what do you think about that? And because I think it will be very dangerous, because it seems like it will slowly reduce our ability to imagine something or to imagine something in the future, which could lead to our thought to be directed by the owner of AI or something like that. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's already been proven, actually, that use of generative AI does actually reduce the capacity. You tend to imagine in narrower terms if you overuse this. I could look up the research. If I can find the article added to the Zotero I just linked to. So there is a risk there. I hope. I'm an optimist too. So I'm like the theologian here. I'm an optimist too. So at times of technological change, we have a tendency to not understand yet where that technology is going to land. And the example I like to bring up is, like, before we had generative AI, everything was going to be about the metaverse, right? Did we all get excited about the metaverse? Like, because it was being pushed. And then that just disappeared. All of the questions we had about that, they will come back. Metaverse isn't gone, but its moment has gone. So we have to think about, okay, so what will happen when the current mania for generative AI settles? I'd like to hope we'll realize that the most accessible tool is probably not the best tool. I'd like to hope that we'll realize that good tools exist, but you need to use the right tool for the right purpose. I'd like to think that we'll come to realize that, well, turning something over to something just makes more work, actually. It's the editing rather than the writing, and the writing is actually the more enjoyable part. So I'd like to think that people will pull back from that in meaningful ways and be critical about it. But mostly, there's a really, really good article by Aaron Hertzberg, one of the two. Again, I can put it in the Zotero, about why do people create art? And the answer is, we create art because it has a very deep cultural set of roots. We create art because it creates social bonds. That's like, dancing at a concert with somebody. We create art not just to sell it. We create art because of a generative urge. That isn't going to go away. So we're going to have that separation between, photography didn't kill painting. Television and film didn't kill live theater. So I think generative AI will not kill the meaningful things. What it might do, however, is it might de-democratize these things. And that's what I think is the concern. So I think we need to actually make sure we continue to have spaces for people to create.
Thank you. We have time for one very short question if you have any. If not, and again, thank you for this exciting presentation talk, and we will have the chance to ask more questions in the panel. Thank you. Our next speaker is Isabel Feichner. She is going to join us online. She is professor of public law and international economic law at Julius Maximilians University of Würzburg, Germany, or Julius, sorry. And she's also the founder of the Law Clinic Transformation Law. Professor Feichner explores how institutional experiments such as the redesign of money or commons public partnership can support social ecological transformation through democratization and commoning. Her expertise includes international law and political economy, international law of natural resource extraction, and the law of money and finance. So please join me welcoming Professor Feichner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will try to share my presentation.
Your presentation now.
I'm trying to get it into presentation mode. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I have to get back to the beginning. Okay, so now you can see it in presentation mode.
We can see your Zoom screen. So I don't know.
You can see my slides?
We can see your slides. We can
Okay.
see your as well.
Wonderful. So then I'll start. So this presentation is part of a project, a larger project to rethink law, including international law as a law for the commons. So the more we are confronted with the destruction of life and habitats, both through patterns of production and consumption, as well as the multiplying sites of war and expulsion, and the more we understand the complicity and implications of law, including international law in extraction and in destruction, the more urgent it becomes on the basis of the critique of law to rethink, reimagine, redesign the institutions of law, including international law. And that's what I would like to talk about. I want to focus in my presentation on a site that I've now studied for a number of years, namely the deep seabed and the international legal regime for the governance of the seabed beyond national jurisdiction. So in a first part, I want to clarify why the current law of the deep sea is a law of value extraction and as such is responsible for the destruction of the seabed as a commons. In a second part, I want to indicate a few pathways towards a law of social ecological transformation, and in particular, a law for the commons and for planetary habitability. So let me take you to the International Seabed Authority. This is an international organization with currently 170 members. It was established by the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention and has its headquarters in Kingston, Jamaica. At the Seabed Authority, governments are currently negotiating the completion of the so-called mining code, and this mining code shall regulate the extraction of seabed minerals from the ocean floor beyond national jurisdiction, and this area is called in the convention the area. To date, only regulations for the exploration of seabed minerals, that is polymetallic nodules, polymetallic sulfides, and cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts are in place, yet no commercial large-scale mining has been conducted so far because what we're still missing is exploitation regulations. On this slide, you see a photo of Gérard Barron, which was taken in February 2019 at the 25th session of the International Seabed Authority. Gérard Barron was then the chief executive officer of a corporation called Deep Green, and now he's the chief executive officer of a successor company called the Metals Company, which is incorporated in Canada. You see Barron here as part of the government delegation of Nauru, which is a small Pacific island state. Barron spoke to the government delegations of the Council of the Seabed Authority, and he concluded his speech with the following words. So he said, "You, the distinguished members of the Council, have an incredibly important task to achieve. Finalize the rules that will govern these resources in a commercially and environmentally responsible manner. The responsibility on the shoulders of companies like Deep Green is then to make sure we do it right and keep the ocean chapter of metal production as short as it takes to transition away from fossil fuels and avoid the catastrophic impacts of climate change. While in his address, Barron invoked the climate catastrophe, the metals company promises to its investors significant returns from the mining of deep seabed minerals. Because the minerals include copper and nickel, for example, that are used to produce batteries for electric cars. Now, fast forward from 2019 to today to 2025, when the mining code is still not in place, but is still being negotiated. But some things I would like to argue have changed. In June 2021, Nauru, the small Pacific Islands state, activated a treaty clause that demanded of states to complete the mining code in 2 years. 2 years passed, but the mining regulations were still not completed. Instead, the metals company announced that it would apply for an exploitation license even if exploitation regulations were not adopted. And maybe you know that in the meantime, they are in negotiation with the Trump administration that seeks to grant TMC a license on the basis of a United States law from the late 1970s. At the same time, resistance against seabed mining is increasing by parliaments, scientists, businesses, activists, as well as indigenous peoples, coupled with an ontological and epistemic shift in how we look at the ocean. Such resistance might produce, I would argue, a constitutional moment for planetary politics and a reorientation of law away from destruction and towards the protection of the common. But before I get there, let me outline how the law of the seabed has today become a law for value extraction from the commons. Here you see the infamous manganese nodules, many of them located in the Clarion-Clipperton zone in the Pacific, several thousand meters below the ocean surface on the seafloor. In the 1960s, they gave rise to the myth that large treasures were lying on the ocean floor, just waiting to be recovered, and that could solve the problem of world poverty. The newly independent states who had just freed themselves from colonization fought for the declaration of the seabed its declaration as they fought for the declaration of the seabed and its minerals as the common heritage of mankind. They sought to prevent a neo-colonial scramble similar to the colonial scramble for Africa, in which the former colonial powers would appropriate, this time, the deep seabed. So we find the designation as common heritage today in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Its meaning is specified in Article 137, according to which all rights in the seabed resources are vested in mankind as a whole, on whose behalf the authority shall act. Furthermore, the authority shall provide for the equitable sharing of financial and other economic benefits derived from mining. Moreover, so-called developing states shall not only share in the financial and economic benefits from mining, but according to the convention, they shall have the opportunity to also actively participate in mining. Despite these principles, however, we have today a situation in which a number of private and state enterprises, amongst them the metals company, hold exploration rights over large areas of the ocean floor, which they seek to mine for their own or their home state's economic benefit and not for the benefit of humanity. So how did we get to this situation of a seabed carved up into individual exploration areas, despite the designation as common heritage of humankind? So here you see a map of the Clarion-Clipperton zone showing individual license areas. A first step along the way was the establishment of the so-called parallel system. The group of 77 in the 1970s had advocated for the establishment of an international mining operation called the Enterprise. This mining operation was to obtain the exclusive right to mine the ocean floor. The proceeds from mining were then to be equitably shared with a particular focus on the poorer countries. The industrialized states were opposed, however, to this scheme that we could call a commons economy. Instead, they wanted their private corporations to be able to also acquire mining rights. A compromise was reached upon a proposal by US Foreign Minister Henry Kissinger and came to be known as the parallel system. It envisages mining by private corporations, the so-called contractors, and by an international mining operation, the enterprise. When a contractor from a developed state applies for a mining license, it must in its application designate two mining sites of equal value. So if all other legal requirements are met, it then receives from the Seabed Authority a license to mine one of the two sites, and the other site is banked or reserved for mining either by the enterprise or by a contractor from a developing state. So the areas on the map here, which you see in yellow, or which are marked in yellow, are those reserved either for mining by the enterprise or for mining by a developing state, an enterprise from a developing state. And the size of these individual mining sites is usually about 75,000 square kilometers. So this parallel system turned away from the collaborative mining in a commons economy and set the stage for competitive mining on numerous individual mining sites. This system was further modified in 1994 by the so-called Implementation Agreement, which was meant to strengthen the market orientation of the seabed mining regime and thus to induce ratification of the international law of the Sea Convention by recalcitrant states such as the United States, Great Britain, and Germany. It introduces some significant changes to UNCLOS. So inter alia, it scraps funding of the enterprise, the international mining body, and it also scraps obligations of technology transfer, which means that today the enterprise has not been operationalized. Under the current legal regime, there are now only two avenues by which poorer states can participate in the riches of the sea. One is through the so-called sponsorship of private mining corporations. The Law of the Sea Convention requires state sponsorship of corporations that want to obtain a license, be it for exploration or later for exploitation. And the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea further clarified the function of such sponsorship. It says, the role of the sponsoring state contributes to the realization of the common interest of all states in the proper application of the principle of the common heritage of mankind. So this means that sponsoring states, together with the Seabed Authority, shall act as guardians of the common heritage. They shall ensure that contractors, that is, companies, comply with the law, for example, environmental obligations, when they engage in seabed mining. Yet while the law envisages sponsorship as guardianship, under the current regime, states are also driven by economic incentives to become sponsors of seabed mining. Gerard Barron, which I just quoted, referred to the economic motivations of sponsorship in his address to the Council when he stated, and I quote again, through Nori, a subsidiary of the Metals Company, the Republic of Nauru became a sponsoring state. Nauru's participation as a sponsoring state allows access to development opportunities that would otherwise not exist. So what Barron did not mention is the other side of the deal, namely the benefit that his company derives from sponsorship by Nauru and other Pacific Island states. Through their sponsorship, the Metals Company could acquire mining licenses for areas that under the parallel regime have been reserved for mining by the enterprise and by developing states. Nauru, through sponsorship of the Metals Company, attempts, one could say, to monetize its sovereignty. Its own resource deposits were depleted during colonialism and after, and it is a highly indebted state. So it now offers sponsorship to the metals company, which it can do because it's a sovereign state, and in return, it expects to participate through taxation in the company's financial returns. It is, however, very doubtful whether Nauru will really reap any economic benefits. Why? The seabed minerals will not be processed in Nauru. Revenue from taxes will be minimal due to tax competition between the Pacific Island states. And now they also have to fear that TMC now abandons this sponsorship partnership and moves to the United States to apply for a license. What's the second avenue for developing states to participate in the riches of seabed mining? That's the distribution of financial benefits through the Seabed Authority to states. As I mentioned earlier, the Seabed Authority must provide for the equitable sharing of economic benefits from mining. So how does that work? Contractors pay royalties to the Seabed Authority in return for being allowed to commercially exploit the common heritage, and part of the royalties shall then be distributed back to states. The royalties as well as the benefit sharing mechanism, however, still need to be adopted. To make progress in the negotiations on royalties, the Seabed Authority is drawing on expert advice from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And this advice is instructive because it also shows how the current scheme promotes value extraction and at the same time compromises the objective of distributive justice. So here you see a slide from one of the presentations from the MIT experts. Below the x-axis, it shows expenditures that contractors incur at various stages of a mining operation. Above, it shows revenues from exploitation and divides those revenues in revenues that go to the Seabed Authority, this is the part in green, and revenue that will remain with the contractors, that's the gray part. So only if the gray part covers not only expenses, but also leaves the contractor with a profit, contractors will engage in seabed mining, at least if the contractor is a company such as the metals company, which is traded on the stock exchange. In the words of the MIT experts, and I quote them, investors will only take on project if discounted future revenues are large enough to provide a return on their investment that is competitive with other investment opportunities. They further point out that the large uncertainties surrounding mining in the deep sea, because it's never been done, means that investors will expect a higher rate of return than when they invest in more conventional projects or in projects of mining on land. What we see at work here is what sociologist Fabien Muniesa calls the investor's gaze. According to Muniesa, and I quote, in finance, the notion of value is conceived of as stemming from an investment perspective, a perspective that locates the realization of value in the investor's future. So the seabed has become an investment which shall generate value in the future. This investor's gaze and the focus on future value also affects debates on environmental protection. Here you see a so-called hydrothermal vent, and these vents are particularly rich in minerals. They are also the habitats of whole ecosystems, as are the manganese nodules. Many of the creatures that live around these are yet unknown, but are endangered by seabed mining. Not only biodiversity will be lost, marine biologists also warn that sediment plumes might disturb food chains, that light and sound pollution might disturb, for example, whale migrations, and that the climate regulatory functions of the ocean may be weakened even further. So how to take account of these harms? Here, techniques of so-called nature capital accounting come into play. Natural capital accounting shall provide a tool to measure the value of these benefits that deep sea ecosystems provide to humanity and to weigh them against the costs of seabed mining. Natural capital accounting seeks to put a price not only to ecosystem services, but also to intrinsic values of the deep seabed or its diversity. The methods employed, however, require a commodification of the ocean. One method is the willingness to pay. So people are asked what they would be willing to pay and to put a price to, for example, biodiversity or other values of the seabed. So even if this is a commodification that is merely hypothetical, as it's only conducted for accounting purposes, it can have world-making effects, because the concepts that we use to describe and to value the world also affect and shape this world. As Margaret Radin puts it, our conceptualization of what is matter for what is. Because words and the world are linked, the result at which normative discourse arrives is not detachable from that discourse without altering the meaning of the result. So the focus on value, including the value of biodiversity and ecosystems, affects how we view and experience the ocean. I want to conclude here my interpretation of the law of the seabed as a law of value extraction. My point was to show how law is a significant building block of political economies that extract value from the commons, and in the process also might lead to a destruction of the commons. But as I said, something is shifting in the deep seabed regime, and now I want to come to my second part. As mentioned before, resistance against seabed mining is increasing. It is triggered by the many risks to biodiversity and ecosystems I mentioned. Initially, resistance came from indigenous leaders from the Pacific. Today, they are joined in a broad coalition of actors. I want to point out two different framings of resistance against seabed mining. One is the German position, representative for one is the German position. Germany is calling for a moratorium as a precautionary pause until adequate regulation for environmental protection is in place and until sufficient knowledge on the seabed exists. I want to contrast this framing with the Pacific Parliamentarians Alliance Against Seabed Mining. The Pacific Parliamentarians draw, by contrast, attention to the centrality of the ocean to life and well-being, to the Pacific people's identity, existence, and spirituality, as well as, and that's important, to relationships. So this difference in framing is relevant for the question whether the current international law of value extraction may be transformed into an international law for the sustenance of the common and the commons, which I want to argue requires epistemic as well as ontological shifts. What do I have in mind when I advocate a shift from value extraction to the common? With a German thinker, Bini Adamczak, this endeavor can be reframed as replacing one common with another common. How to replace the common of value extraction that fosters competition and makes the planet increasingly uninhabitable with another. So it's about replacing the one common of value extraction that fosters competition and makes the planet increasingly uninhabitable with another common that is more supportive of life and habitability. So let me quote Adamczak's book Beziehungsweise Revolution in my own translation. It is the relationality of value that creates commonality through individuation, that connects by dividing. It realizes a common privacy and therewith a privatized common. The questions that critics of bourgeois society would need to answer is then, what could assume the role that private property plays in bourgeois society? That would be a question concerning relationality. So how can we replace the common of value, which is based on private property in the seabed, that's the private property in exploitation rights, with a different common as a question of relationality? Sabine Haag, Rahel Yegi, and others have suggested that the New Commons movement, with its projects such as urban gardening, solidarity economies, might contain seeds for such a new common. I cite again my own translation. So they say, in light of the tendency that the common good merges into market dynamics, the practical experiments of commoning might be seen as attempts to search for new solutions to the unfulfilled promise of merely abstract claim to universality. A difficult question now is whether this turn to the commons and to practices of commoning is also helpful in the context of the so-called global commons, such as the seabed. Scholarship on commoning usually depicts commons as social systems with several elements: a shared resource, a set of rules, and a community of commoners that engage in practices of commoning. So we can ask, do we even have such a community? And on the international sphere, and George Kafensis and Silvia Federici have stressed the impossibility of conceptualizing global commons, such as the deep seabed, as commons in the sense of social systems. International institutions such as the Seabed Authority, even if presented as institutions that act on behalf of the international community, were really only institutions of states and not of a collective humanity. Still, I hold that the recent turn in social sciences and the humanities to the common and commons is also relevant for a rethinking of international law and institutions, because it may reorient the attention of international lawyers, firstly, away from a common good that is informed by universal values, and consequently away from the exclusion and domination that have accompanied such orientation throughout history. The difference between the common and the universal is well expressed by François Julien. According to him, and I quote, "What we are part of or in which we take part, which is shared out and in which we participate, that's the common. This is what makes the common a political project in its origin. What is shared is what causes us to belong. While the universal decrees, prior to any experience, predicts, the common takes root, on the contrary, in experience. So the universal decrees and predicts, the common, by contrast, is based in practice and experience, and thus is a political concept." Secondly, the turn to the common reorients attention towards relationality and interdependence. Whilst Adamczak stressed the need for a different social relationality, scholars from the fields of earth system science, new materialism, and planetary thinking draw attention to existing interdependencies and entanglements of humans and non-human animals in an increasingly fragile and critical zone of planetary inhabitability. For a reorientation towards relationality, interdependence, and connectedness, the already mentioned epistemic and ontological shifts are necessary, meaning shifts in how we understand our being in the world and consequently in how we inhabit the world. Or, in the words of a group of scholars of planetary politics, what is required is the recognition that human activity and nature are bound together existentially and indistinguishable into one social nature. Let me illustrate what this onto shift entails once more with two contrasting perspectives. One is presented by the first quote from an online magazine, which says that barring some unforeseen surge in concern for ecosystems that almost nobody will ever see, and it refers to the deep seabed, and that we are connected to only through our screens, where we might watch videos of little seabed creatures, and consisting mostly of funny-looking invertebrates, Seabed mining is going to happen sooner or later, and then it goes on the text to suggest that we should, instead of mining the seabed, mine the moon. So contrast that with the Pacific Parliamentarians Alliance already cited, with its focus on connectedness and relationships of care. From this perspective of connectedness, materially and spiritually, the answer cannot simply mean to move extraction elsewhere, to the moon or somewhere. A shift in ontology not only requires realizing that there is no escape to another planet. If we understand rules, including legal rules, as infrastructures of ontology, we also need to work on transforming the law or to work on transformation law. So in the last minutes, I wish to briefly sketch 3 dimensions of transformation law for planetary habitability. So the first dimension is the invocation of counter rights to counter law with a different law. The second dimension is transformative interpretation of existing legal concepts, such as the concept of common heritage or the concept of private property. And the third dimension would be a law of organization for the commons. And let me illustrate all 3 dimensions with reference to the seabed regime. So for a few years now, Indigenous activists travel to Kingston in order to take part in the meetings of the Seabed Authority. And there they invoke their own right to the ocean that they inhabit, contrary to the international law. So this quote from Australian Indigenous scholar Irene Watson might also explain what drives the Pacific activists when they travel to Kingston to claim their own right to the ocean. She writes, "Why do I carry the obligation to advocate for law and to expand this view outside myself? I do this because it is the obligation one carries as a being of the law to sing its song. The obligation of living in the law is onerous, particularly now when the law is being violated frequently and on so many different levels by those who are ignorant and dominating to a point of view completely unaware that any violation of law has been occurred." So the activists bring their own law of relationality to Kingston, to the Seabed Authority, and posit it against the existing international legal system. However, they not only don't stop there, but they also work with the existing international law of the sea and engage in transformative interpretation. For example, they seek to reinterpret the concept of cultural heritage so that it encompasses also the Pacific inhabitants' spiritual ties to the seabed. Finally, the feminist collective Gibson Graham reminds us of the importance to inventorize the diversity of institutional arrangements. They write, "The purpose of this inventory is not to lay out the vision of a preferred world, but to explore and enumerate the vast array of economic practices already making up our worlds." So as a lawyer, I would add to economic practices also the manifold legal arrangements and institutional designs. This inventory of institutional designs for the commons might also include past proposals never implemented, but which might be useful if we think about social ecological transformation. And here I come to my last slide and a proposal made by Elizabeth Mann Borghese in the late 1960s for an ocean organization to govern the ocean as a common and protect it from destruction. So, as she says herself, she did not envisage a world state in the traditional sense of state or a super state, but instead, more likely, her arrangement would be a flexible system of cooperative world communities. So this might be a starting point if we would like to think about another organization for the seabed or a reform of the International Seabed Authority. And I end here because I see that my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Fechner, for this exciting talk. We have probably a minute-long question, if we have any in the audience, or I'm just looking at my colleague if we have any questions from online. All right, no problem, because we are going to have time for the panel discussion then. Oh, there is, sorry. I just couldn't see the hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your interesting presentation. I'm not sure if I understood it correctly that your concept of law is like a very broad, actually civilizational approach to how we look at our Earth, how we organize, how we approach common goods. And my question would be a little bit like with what you ended, how to do it in a practical sense of way. Because if we want to regulate something, we need to have state authority and someone who's able to execute it. And actually the international order is like, not coming to an end, but turning away from this liberal hegemony of these international institutions. And I'm just asking, who shall take this approach? Like, of course, we individually can think like this, but who shall actually, realize it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's an important question. So in my endeavor is to reorient international law towards the common. This means we have to also when we look for the sources of international law or for the actors who shape international law, that would then also mean, because experience and practice is so important for the common, to maybe not look at states, but look to other actors. So I would argue for an international law from below, putting more focus on local communities. So currently in international law, I think we see especially the UN special rapporteurs to take up such ideas. For example, the special rapporteur on the right to food, Michael Fakhri, who works on territorialized markets, subsistence farming, and dignity of farmers. And initiatives like that then could give rise to instruments such the UN Peasants' Rights Declaration. So it would really include or would mean significant shifts if we or if international law scholarship took seriously this turn to the common. But I would think it's absolutely necessary for international law to have a future. And prospectively, this would also, of course, mean or go hand in hand with a reconceptualization of the state towards something like plurinationalist states.
Thank you very much, Professor Fechner. Thank you very much again for your exciting presentation. Give her one more round of applause, please. And we have about 10 minutes break until 3:30, and we invite you back by 3:30, right, for the next talk. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Yes, please take your seat if you have not done it yet. We are about to start the second part of the afternoon session. And we're going to continue with two exciting talks. Come in, come in. Okay, let's start. Thank you. Okay, so let me introduce Rasmus Sletteled, is that correct? A professor of philosophy of science from the University of Bergen, Norway. Professor Sletteled holds PhD in philosophy, and he is the head of the Center for the Study of Sciences in the Humanities. He also teaches courses for PhD students on philosophical, societal, and ethical problems of science and technology, and conducts research on corresponding topics. So please join me welcoming Professor Sletteled for this interesting talk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. And thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm very honored to be part of this. I'm very happy to be here. And I've been enjoying very much the talks the whole day. I wish I could continue sitting and listening, but now I have to earn my living. So I'll try to do my best. A picture of where I came from yesterday or the day before, if I remember correctly. So this is Bergen. And these are the two, let's say, institutions that I represent here. Let me try to, where should I point? Up there, maybe? Ah, yes. So the University of Bergen and the Center for the Study of the Sciences and the Humanities. And this is the building where we're located. And so I'm a director and professor at this center. It's both a teaching and a research institute. The center is the coordinating unit for the master's program in sustainability at the University of Bergen, as well as for UIB participation in the CHARM-EU masters. So we're a little bit involved in that too. This is our sustainability graduates. The picture is from last week. Some of the 20 graduates that we had this year. Wonderful group of young people. Okay, so what was this? Now I'm going ahead of myself. Wow, this is going the wrong way. Okay, there we are. Thank you for helping me, whoever it was. Okay, thank you. So the title for my talk has changed a little bit as I've written it, and the one in the program is no longer really appropriate for what I'm about to say, so I apologize for this. Rather, the title now is Transdisciplinarity, Butterflies, and States of Exception, with the subtitle, No Rest for the Wicked. Working towards sustainable development and responding to global societal challenges requires work that transcend the perspectives of individual disciplines. I'll offer 3 examples of such activities at the SVT. So the first one is the graduate students that you're seeing here. The second one is the butterfly project, which I refer to in the title. Oh, it's going too fast. Well, the Butterfly Project, one of the current transdisciplinary research projects at the center, which addresses the global threat of insect decline. So it's just started. I'll tell you a little bit more about it as we move along. And then another project. So the title is 30838, States of Exception. It's an artistic research project that we have been involved in together with the theater group in Bergen, Transdisciplinarity, and its artistic director, Tore Wang Lid. So I'll share some of the ideas behind this project with you as well. Okay, let me try to move on. I will present with some detail these two research projects, but first I wanted to say a little bit about interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, sorry, and the way that I will use the term. The call to transdisciplinarity, the very idea, not the word itself, has a long and confused history. One could argue that it stretches back centuries, if not millennia. In the present usage of the term, there is a tendency to conflate interdisciplinarity with transdisciplinarity, which is worth spending some time to clear up. I have learned from Gunilla Öberg to distinguish two main strands of thinking about transdisciplinarity. So Gunilla Öberg, 2011. Illustrating this with the help of a diagram. So this axis, tracing the distance between monodisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. It's originating, I think, with the Swiss psychologist and biologist Jean Piaget in the famous OECD report on interdisciplinarity in 1972. His text in this report was entitled L'épistémologie des relations interdisciplinaires, so the epistemology of interdisciplinary relations. And Piaget posited that what is transcended in the practice of transdisciplinarity are the individual disciplines, which by being integrated into one another form a new composite unit, ultimately resulting in a new field. And we might think of biochemistry, of nanoscience, as results of such a form of transdisciplinary fusion. However, there is another way of understanding transdisciplinarity, and it's closer to what has been discussed here, is when the degree of transdisciplinarity runs gradually along an axis from purely academic research, involving academic research partners only, to trans-academic, where non-academic partners are deeply involved. So in this case, the research is transcending not only the so-called silos around individual disciplines, but also the walls of the research institutions themselves, to involve extramural knowledge communities, policymakers, and other stakeholders. So on the right, you see the Piaget version of transdisciplinarity, which in a sense is some kind of intensified interdisciplinarity. While in the southern end of the diagram, we have transdisciplinary in the EU OECD sense, characterized by being trans-academic. We should be aware, of course, of the gap between the purely theoretical or purely academic problems and practical so-called real-world problems. This gap may grow wide, but it's important, I think, to stress that the lack of transdisciplinarity or interdisciplinarity for that matter is not in itself better to be trans or interdisciplinary. It's not better than being multi or monodisciplinary. What is better depends on the fitness for the purpose and the characteristics of the problem to be solved. Indeed, sometimes, as my colleague Roger Strand rightly points out, sometimes a pure, nerdy, monodisciplinary silo is exactly what you need. The need to look outside the research institution for collaborations and solutions is due to the nature of the problem being investigated. So it's because the question we pose cannot be answered from a purely academic perspective. They are not purely scientific questions. Additional resources are needed. So we signal this shift by giving the questions other names. So they become challenges or issues. Or if we keep to the problem term, we may add the qualifier wicked to indicate the non-conventional nature of the problem. And some have even argued that we also need the category of super wicked problems. Horst Rittel et al., who described the wicked problems originally, called them wicked, and I quote, "not because the properties are themselves ethically deplorable. We use the term wicked in the meaning akin to that of malignant, in contrast to benign or vicious, like a circle, or tricky, or aggressive, like a lion, in contrast to the docility of a lamb." Also, we tend to move away from the vocabulary of solving problems or answering questions, to more diffuse and open-ended explorative terms. We tackle challenges, for instance, or respond to them, or handle them, but we do not normally expect to solve them, except perhaps in hyperbolic project proposals and shameless strategy documents. Adding the term complex to challenges is sometimes used to signal the distinctive nature of the epistemological territory in which transdisciplinarity is called for. In very general terms, systems with high occurrence of interconnected and interdependent elements. In a purely academic setting, we can usually identify a problem by describing it well and thoroughly, providing the means for it to be solved. So this has been alluded to earlier today. This is not possible according to Ritter et al. And I quote, and this has been quoted before, "When we are dealing with wicked problems, the information needed to understand the problem depends upon the idea for solving it." What does this mean? That is to say, continues, in order to describe a wicked problem in sufficient detail, one has to develop an inventory of all conceivable solutions ahead of time. The problem and the solution is concomitant. Or in other words, this is an interpretation, a wicked problem cannot be understood without having already an idea for how to solve it. Now I want to move on to the two research projects I referred to in the beginning, the Butterfly Project and States of Exception. And first, the Butterfly Project. So its title, Pollinator Stewardship in View of Cascading Impacts of Pollinator Decline. And the project manager here is a colleague of mine, Professor Dr. Jeroen van der Sluis. The Butterfly Project is deeply transdisciplinary in the trans-academic sense of the word. Grew out of two previous projects, one on the precautionary principle, where pollinator decline was one of several case studies, and a network project dedicated to this particular case. So that when the call came, the project manager and his team was well prepared already. There were questions about the competency of the research project leader earlier today. In Jeroen van der Sloij's case, he is trained as a chemist, so his degree is in chemist, and he's also a philosopher of science, and with a long history of doing research projects on the interface between, let's say, policy, science and policy advice. Okay, so the project represents an effort to increase the understanding of pollinator decline as an emerging risk. Consists of 24 partners. It's a complicated thing to run, as you can imagine. Working in collaboration with 6 living labs, doing ecological modeling, ecosystem valuation, developing a toolbox for resilience thinking, communication tools, and understanding the human relationship with pollinators. If we look at the project design, which is summarized here in this diagram, it responds very closely to the very detailed requirements of the call text. So you see the issue, you have the problem, and you have the solution, and you have benefits and rationale. But so if you remember what I quoted from Ritter et al., the formulation of the problem, which is in the call text already, implies and is concomitant with a certain understanding of the solution. So in a way, one could say that the call text frames the solution space, which might be a problem. The possibilities for researchers to influence the writing of the calls of the commission, so this is a Horizon Europe project, is sometimes limited. Okay, let me also just show you the diagram of the project. A lot of work goes into this kind of, visualization of something very, very complicated. But you can see the outer ring, the end user groups, food, energy, materials, and land management, urban and legal sectors, academia, citizen scientists, NGOs, general public, regulatory authorities, government, media. Well, what's not in there? Okay, now let me say a few words about the second example. It's an artistic research project. Sometimes we think of artistic research in connection with transdisciplinarity as artists putting some dust, some magic dust on the project in order to make it communicate with the public and so on. This one is a bit different. So if we can move to the next slide, let's see. Yeah, so this is the title in Norwegian, Tilstand og unntak, states of exception. Let's see even further. So this is what you see here is a timeline stretching to a framework, wooden framework, built up as an installation with cameras, instruments, area cables, tape recorders, small and big loudspeakers, second by second, minute by minute, a team of visual artists, musicians. So there's a soundscape to this that I cannot show you here, but it's quite impressive. You can imagine it. Photographers, yeah, reconstructing the time it took a young man to blow up a Norwegian government building and then execute young social democrats at the summer camp. The 22nd of July in 2011. So this is the, let's say, the outer story of the performance. There's very little, if any, fiction in this theater script. So rather, it's a minute-by-minute reconstruction of the actual events, with the movements of the terrorist symbolized with these lights, through the structure, as a kind of red thread of the unfolding drama. And the different parallel timelines are reconstructed on the basis of police reports, radio archives, the report from the commission investigating the act and the response, and archives from news media around the world reporting on the event as it unfolded, as well as accounts from survivors and a painstaking retracing of the path taken by the terrorist at Utøya Island. The radio networks, which are played during the play at some points during the play, the radio networks from the day are played over loudspeakers. There is news updates on the welfare of circus elephants after the event started. There is a report on a holiday guest who fell asleep on the bathroom floor, clogging the shower drain in a hotel in Grimstad in Norway. On Utøya, outside Oslo, young people from the Labour Party youth organization have gathered to sing about love and listen to the former Norwegian Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland to talk about solidarity and justice. So in what sense does this example of artistic research, states of emergency, count as a transdisciplinary project? Well, it's not obvious. First of all, since we are not used to think about art as research, artistic research as research, has not yet achieved the status and authority comparable to scientific research. On the other hand, there are common features. Transdisciplinary research in the sense of, okay. Let's just forget about the slides. Transdisciplinary research in the sense of trans-academic research enters by necessity into a trade-off between purely academic methodological rigor and attention to the uniqueness of the challenges that they are designed to address. Inclusion of citizen science other than scientific ways of knowing, or stakeholder involvement, and so on. The artistic research project builds the drama uniquely on factual sources and constructs a 3D model of the relevant features of the event to recreate prospectively the chain of events created that created the national trauma constituted by the terrorist attack. So by recreating, not retrospectively, but prospectively, this is the expression of the director of the play. The challenge as far as the states of emergency performance is concerned, the challenge is precisely to understand the uniqueness of the event, the very exceptionality in which the event unfolded as it unfolded. So in the midst of enormous efforts on the part of the state and its branches of power to make sense of that senseless day, this performance takes the audience back to the moment. But instead of entering into a frame of psychological explanation or artistic fictionalization, it recreates the drama of the 22nd of July. Okay, to sum up, the two research projects, Butterfly and States of Exception, share important qualities of transdisciplinarity, such as mobilizing a wide range of sources of knowledge and competencies in order to arrive at an adequate assessment of a complex challenge. Insect decline in Butterfly's case, and the very phenomenon of the exception in the case of States of Exception. While it might be obvious to many that cascading impacts of insect decline is a threat to natural and social systems, it might be less obvious what a better understanding of the exception can offer in terms of addressing a challenge. What challenge indeed? I don't have a definitive suggestion. For this, I can only offer a very preliminary reflection on what might be at stake. Just as the Butterfly Project aims to counter some of the more sinister impacts of late modernity's excesses in terms of aggressive land use, intensive use of pesticides in agriculture, or in more general terms, to solve challenges we have ourselves created, States of Exception seeks to reconstitute a state in which we might experience the exception without the filter of explanations and solutions offered in hindsight. So I can add that the response from the Ministry of Justice to the report, retrospectively, in hindsight, was to recommend investment in better communication networks for the police force and more police helicopters. What the States of Exception offers is the direct experience of the unthinkable, an experience that might offer a complementary, in my view, response to the challenge of trying to predict the unpredictable. So highlighting maybe the difference between being prepared and being able to predict. Thank you. And that was the last slide.
Thank you very much for this magical presentation, though it wasn't meant to be a magic dust on our sessions today. We have 2-3 minutes for any questions if we have any in the audience.
At the Åbo Academy in Finland, we've spoken about transdisciplinarity and monodisciplinarity, the things that you spoke about in the beginning. And at some point also, Ronald Östabacka mentioned that it might be good to start as a monodisciplinary researcher and then kind of, at least in some instances, that it might be good for the problem that you are supposed to solve. Are there some risks, or how would you navigate? Would it be smarter to start there and build outwards, or what's the best strategy to become a more transdisciplinary researcher, or is it a danger to start too early?
Yes, it's a tricky, it's a difficult question. I think that in terms of career advice, I think a monodisciplinary, highly specialized, start is the sensible one. So this would be following Thomas Kuhn in his analysis of how the system works. How do you get the job? How do you get promoted? How do you get published in high-ranking journals and so on? Mark mentioned it earlier today. Getting published in high-ranking journals with an interdisciplinary approach is difficult. This is changing. It is changing, but it was worse. It used to be worse. There are now good interdisciplinary journals, but nevertheless, there is a huge, let's say, the amount of highly specialized, highly ranked journal is far greater. Okay,
Thank you.
So that was one part of the question.
Yeah,
I would like to.
Yeah, it's also the question. Yeah, it's also a challenge with funding and all that, but it's yeah.
We'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for your talk again. And our last but not least speaker, Iris van der Tuin, Professor of Cultural Inquiry Theory from Utrecht University in the Netherlands. She holds PhD in humanities, and she's the chair of theory of cultural inquiry. She's trained as a feminist epistemologist and working as an interdisciplinarian. Iris van der Tuin works as the intersection of philosophy of science and humanities, cultural theory and critical, as well as creative practices of cultural inquiry. Please give a round of applause for Iris.
Okay, hello everyone. Let me quickly familiarize myself with this setup. There is a PowerPoint coming? Yes, excellent. I woke up very early today to be here around lunchtime. So when I miss words, I will blame it on my lack of sleep. But I'm very happy to be here. I couldn't be here earlier because of some other commitments. So I will talk about connective thinking on strategies for making connections between specialized knowledges. And first, a bit about where I come from. So indeed, my background, I have 2 degrees from which I build up my feminist epistemology kind of specialization. One is women's and gender studies. The other one is philosophy of sciences and the humanities. I was always very interested in kind of broadening philosophy of science to also something that reflects on the social sciences and especially the humanities. And now I have a chair that's called Theory of Cultural Inquiry. It has a bit of a history because, yeah, how much of a philosopher are you when your field of philosophy is philosophy of the humanities and when you're consciously positioning yourself as a feminist scholar? It is something we can talk about over lunch maybe or over a cup of coffee. My main occupations at the university are that I run together with a group of colleagues, of course, a program called Liberal Arts and Sciences. It's a university-wide program, interesting connection to the question that was just raised. Students come in with too many ideas. They don't know what to study because they want to combine things. And we offer them 4 ways of learning: broad, deep, integrative, and reflective. So they are able to kind of orient themselves to get a taste of the natural social sciences and the humanities. At some point, they choose a specialization for which they also write a thesis. We help them to connect knowledges, their own knowledges that they've gathered throughout their studies, but also we help them work in group, in teams, in research teams. And we are also very keen on having them reflect on what the university is, what the university does, how it is structured, etc. And I work in interdisciplinary studies in 2 ways. I'm the Dean for Interdisciplinary Education at Utrecht University, which means that I have an assignment to make the whole university in its educational domain a more interdisciplinary place. And I do that through not only talking to a lot of people, also talking to people that are in the educational governance, but I also do that through research. With my group, we study interdisciplinary education, interdisciplinary research, but also the concept of interdisciplinarity, philosophically, historically, etc. Yeah, let's see how this works. Where do I point it to? Do I point it to you? Oh, yes. Ooh. It's funny, people tend to make these sounds. These are the three elements of my kind of background, my position that I will be mobilizing for this talk. I think this whole conference and the summer school is focused on doing transdisciplinary, maybe interdisciplinary research in teams. But in my talk, I will be talking mainly about doing that individually. So also when you work in a team, there's a lot of preparatory work, for example, that you do maybe behind a desk. I want to focus on that. Of course, I have a perspective on what it means to work in an interdisciplinary, and that is important maybe that I will really talk about interdisciplinary work, about which more later. I do have a perspective on what it means to work in interdisciplinary teams. And for that, I will show you a quick clip. Hopefully it works. Yes, I talk to the people behind the computer. It is a short animation that was made based on the PhD research of former colleague of mine, Roosmarijn van Woerden, who is now working at the University of Amsterdam.
It should work.
I'm just waiting. Maybe we skip it and then we send it around. You can send the link in the chat and we will circulate the material later. So let's just skip it and we continue with my talk. So if you can put up the PowerPoint, because I'm afraid that, yeah, just go to the next slide. Oh, that's something I have to do. Yes. When it comes to interdisciplinarity, I think there are two main definitions. One of them is instrumentalist and the other one is critical. There's a lot of discussion about these two definitions, and I think there are tons more. So the instrumentalist definition talks about interdisciplinary research and teaching for interdisciplinary research as something that helps students participate in solving or understanding better academic and societal problems, challenges. And critical interdisciplinarity has a bit of an addition, namely, it is also very interested in reflecting critically on and maybe participating creatively in what the university does, how it is structured, and what it can do. And a lot of the conceptual definitions or the conceptual discussions, the definition issues around mono, multi, inter, and trans are situated within that realm. What is also situated within that realm of critical interdisciplinarity is, you know, as a community maybe, are the new concepts that are popping up. I was 2 weeks ago, I was in Finland, in Oulu, at the conference of the Association for Interdisciplinary Studies. Previously, it was called the Association of Integrative Studies. And there, a lot of discussion was about, is interdisciplinarity enough? Of course, you know, here we focus on transdisciplinarity, but at that conference, there was a lot of debate about, should we call ourselves post-disciplinarians? Should we call ourselves cross-disciplinarians? Or should we adopt the concept that was now adopted by the National Science Foundation in the US, which is convergence science? These are the parts of my kind of positioning in the field that I will be working with in my talk. And I think it is indeed important to focus a bit on integrative interdisciplinarity. For me, it is very important
to see integration of knowledges and insights from different disciplines, from different specializations as the goal of interdisciplinary work. Our universities are siloed, and that's why we need to do the work of integration, and we need to do that consciously, explicitly, and we need to teach that and we need to be explicit about how such a thing as integration works. It has a long history. The concept of integration as a method, as a technique was there before interdisciplinarity in the 70s popped up, or in the 20s actually already. But we still have discussions about how to do such a thing. So as I said, I will be focusing on the individual interdisciplinarian. And the individual interdisciplinarian is someone in my talk here who makes connections between various disciplinary or specialized knowledges. And he, she, they do that consciously, spontaneously, and always slowly. There's at least always a slow unpacking of what happens between disciplinary and specialized knowledges. And here is basically my kind of overview, and immediately also, highlighted what I will be talking about. When I talk about a conscious way of making connections between specialized knowledges, mainly for teams, I talk about the interdisciplinary research process of REPCO and SOSTEC. Tomorrow, when Kirsten and I will be giving a workshop, this will come back. We will talk about the steps. We will talk about the integrative techniques. For teams, interestingly, when you read their book, it's focused on individuals doing interdisciplinary work. So in that sense, it fits my list. I will be talking about connective thinking, speed reading 2.0, but on the spontaneous part, I will talk about diffractive reading and speed reading 1.0. And then the slow unpacking is also part of my talk. So what is connective thinking? Connective thinking is, a broad concept, obviously. I also used it as the umbrella term for my talk, but a very kind of specific definition has been given in this book, The New Humanities Reader from Rutgers University Press. Two professors in the writing program of Rutgers have been developing a perspective on what I find, or have been developing, maybe a perspective on connective thinking that I find very productive. And it makes use of two of the terms that Rasmus mentioned, prospective and retrospective, and obviously connective reading. So a few quotes. What they say is that when you want to work connectively behind your desk, there is something you could do. So imagine this is my research paper and I'm a student and I teach this stuff. I may start reading this paper just from the first line to the last, but I may also approach that reading task a bit differently, and also a bit more playfully maybe, and a bit more connectively. So you may want to mobilize immediately everything that you know, or some parts that of stuff that you know, and bring that to the text. So you may want to say, okay, so I have this text, I have to read it. What do I think it is about? And then you approach the reading of the text as a matter of constantly going back and forth between your guess and between what a text is giving you, which means that you get insight in that text, which was your task, but also into your own position and stuff that you've mobilized for the reading. So that is the perspective view, guessing what a text is about, mobilizing previous knowledges, and being in dialogue with the text. The retrospective view is, the way in which we tend to read. We learn to read by kind of connecting all kinds of elements internally to a text. And that also creates a whole, that creates meaning. that creates interpretation. But I find it important that Miller and Spellmeyer introduced this prospective view on reading a text. It can be any text. When I was teaching this, I had students from marine sciences, economics, literary studies, social geography, and they all had to do experiments with this. What they also say is that you can take this one step further. Very often as a student, you're not asked to read one text, but in your syllabus, your teacher has given a selection of texts for 1 week or for one section. And you may take a very conscious, a very active approach to connecting these texts. And that is what they call the connective thinking, the seeking for a shared horizon, for more inclusive coherence. And it is interesting, the second bullet point, they say, instead of starting with one part of a text and using it as a window to review the rest, which is the retrospective reading, we can use it, part of a text, as a window to begin a retrospective reading of another writer's work. So you have two texts that you have to read for a particular session or a particular week, and you very actively try to connect these texts by picking, for example, a concept from text 1. It can be the commons, and apply it to another text that you have to read, which may be, a more technical text on, seas and seabeds, etc. And all of a sudden, you produce something that is a very kind of rudimentary version of the keynote that we heard about commoning and seas. It is, students tend to like this, but and here I'm mainly talking about BA students, but they may also be a bit afraid of it, precisely because they feel that maybe they don't have enough to offer to a particular reading. Diffractive reading is something that is more spontaneous. And I will actually start not with my quotes, but with these examples. So these are two of my own texts, and they're just examples that have made use of this methodology. So the spontaneous kind of connecting of texts. And we actually we do this always already, was already on one of the slides of a previous speaker. So when you read a text, it can be a scientific text, it can be more a social science, empirical text, it can be a humanities text. We often find ourselves, how do you say that? You often think about other things that may have nothing to do with the text, but that pop up in your head. And we tend to interpret these things as annoying, like, why am I thinking about this? Diffractive reading says, these connections that you spontaneously make, you can mobilize for research. So use the margins of a text as an archive for your maybe unwanted kind of thoughts, and see this as a potential start for a research paper or a research project. So this is what I did. The example on the top is an article that I wrote. At some point in the summer, I decided to read the philosophy of Henri Bergson. I had my reasons for it, and I read that oeuvre from his first book to the last. That was my task, the task that I set for myself. It was impossible for me to do this without all kinds of thoughts about the work of Karen Barad popping up. So Bergson writing around 1900, Karen Barad writing feminist quantum physics in the 2000s. How can these two people have anything in common? At some point I decided, okay, let's just forget about this as annoying. Let's make this into a project, because I could not stop myself. It ended up being the first article after that I published that was not out of my PhD research. The second example on the bottom Odd Sissel Hoel is a scholar from Trondheim, from Norway, and she and I met when we were both guest researchers somewhere, and she told me that she was working on a particular paper by Gilbert Simondon, also a philosopher. He had written a particular, or no, the other way around. That's getting up at 5 a.m. She was working on a project on one paper by Ernst Cassirer, a paper on technology. And she said to me, I'm here to do this whole project on this one paper, and I don't even like the paper. Cassirer doesn't say about technology what I want him to say. So I said, what do you want him to say? And she came up with a couple of ideas about technology that sounded like Simondon to me. So I was like, maybe I can read Cassirer's paper and you read Simondon's paper. She had never read Simondon. I hadn't read that paper by Cassirer. And during our period as guest researchers, we wrote this paper in which we made the first connection between Simondon and Cassirer. So these are just two examples from philosophy, which is my own field. But here you see that Donna Haraway and Karen Barad have written about diffractive reading as a productive way of making connections between texts, just like connections, a bigger whole is being created when two stones are being thrown into the water of a pond. So they talk about more promising interference patterns, so patterns that are less restricted than patterns that come out when you just read for disciplinary knowledges, for example. And they talk about differing lines of thought that can be productively read through one another. Lines of thought that come from different times, from different disciplines, that, according to some canonical rendering in textbooks, have nothing to do with one another. And I have found this way of reading and this way of dealing with my own unwanted connections very productive. Then there is speed reading. So this is kind of a photo from a philosopher's card index system. I won't bore you with how I got to this card index system, but it is the card index system of a very interdisciplinary philosopher, Suzanne Langer. She was active in the 1940s, 50s, 60s. Her last book was published in the 80s. Very interdisciplinary. She talks about logic, about art, about mind as something that has to do with the body. So, I mean, you see the interdisciplinarity. And I was researching her card index system, and I stumbled upon this card that is positive about speed reading. Well, as a teacher, we tend to kind of tell students to go slowly. But she here on this card, I wonder in what way speed reading would influence scholarly thinking. It is very complicated. It might change the pattern from intercalated thought to retrospectively analytic thought with a gain in synoptic orientation of ideas within the whole, even as they occur. Extremely complicated, and I will at some point write a paper about this, but the point is that she says when you read a text at full speed, there is something holistically that you can get out of that text. You feel the text, you go with the flow of the text, and you make connections between certain words that make sense to you, certain headings that apparently made sense to the reader, and you're very actively involving yourself with that text. Of course, this whole idea of speed reading has now become a technology, and obviously Langer was responding to this technology becoming known at Harvard or at some other university where she was working at the time. She worked everywhere and nowhere. At that time, somebody else, Evelyn Wood, also a woman, made speed reading into a technique, into a methodology where, and there are many LibGuides about this in which, you're invited to look at different textual elements in order to very quickly familiarize yourself with the argument of the author. And interestingly, you can use this also in a connective way, in that, for example, you can not only mobilize the keywords of the author in order to quickly familiarize yourself with what a scholar wants to say, but you can also add your own keyword or your own question and try to figure out what immediately comes out connectively, and how you can quickly get some sort of interdisciplinary, maybe transdisciplinary experience while reading a text. So when you're not from the humanities, why not think about what Langer, maybe you are a physicist, what does intercalated mean? Maybe you as a physicist know what that means, and maybe you can bring something to the analysis of Suzanne Langer's very complicated definition of speed reading. That could be, a very bringing your own keyword to a text, an instant example I'm making up here, and doing connective thinking on the fly. Of course, imagine you have mobilized the margin of your text. You've read social sciences text on urban spaces, for example, and you have mobilized knowledges that you have from either the humanities or the natural sciences. There is something happening there between the text and what you have written down in the margins. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to figure out if the connection you spontaneously made makes sense for scholarship. I'm not saying that, we need fast science here. I'm trying to say that it is possible to quickly mobilize previous knowledges, but then afterwards you really need to sit down with that connection and try to find out what's in it. And that's why I'm bringing in Slow Practice by Isabel Stengers as a very important kind of method that is also helpful for making connections between specialist knowledges. She says, we cannot continuously tell you what our science means, what it will be good for, because we simply don't know yet. Science needs time. Bear with us while we think. And then I would, of course, add connectively. And on the right, there is the cool paper from Nature from last summer, I think it was, in which a good argument was made for scientists needing more time. Now, how am I doing on time? Or how do you, yeah? How much time do I have left? 5 minutes left? Good. Why am I making all these kind of statements? Where do they come from, apart from the fact that I am located in academia in a particular way? I find it very important to acknowledge that we, and also our students, also you as students, we as researchers, we're living in this world that a couple of scholars and also the philosopher Michel Serres has called the algorithmic condition. We are not only being bombarded with texts, images, etc., that exist, but we're also bombarded with texts and images that for some reason connect to previous connections we've made online. And some of these words and images, some of these texts and images have even been generated artificially. So there is an intensification of connectivity around us, and that's the world in which we live. And then still we have this hard time, we have a very hard time becoming inter- and transdisciplinarians. So what I'm trying to say to students is, and that is the bottom point maybe, students and to some extent also teachers, we are so used to thinking connectively, but we don't see we don't experience what we do, making connections constantly online, as something that can also become a method. And this is why I teach connective thinking. This is why I teach the more conscious, the more goal-oriented way. This is why I teach the more spontaneous way and try to make students unpack what happens when you make a spontaneous connection between two supposedly opposite or supposedly unconnected pieces of knowledge, insights, information, etc. So Michel Serres, he says, our world has fundamentally changed now that, it's not just interconnected computers, but it is generative interconnected network systems that we work with and that we do our research in. I wrote a booklet on Michel Serres and the implications of this interconnected and also non-linearly and dynamically interconnected world for education. I wrote that book together with Anouk Suurmond, she's on the slide, in which we said that, given this world, we have to keep sending our students online. We have to keep sending them to the library. We have to keep sending them to nature, and we have to keep sending them into the city. But this whole fear for the online and the interconnected is maybe not necessary when we help students position themselves. Where do they come from? What does it do to them when our world and also the world of knowledge and information, data and affect is fundamentally interconnected? How do you position yourself in that world? How do you position yourself as a knower? Maybe you want to become that specialist because it is overwhelming. Maybe you want, and that is the disciplined interdisciplinarity. That is my own kind of favorite take on interdisciplinarity, in order to kind of become empowered to navigate this situation in a productive way. So students must be enabled to position themselves, and they must be empowered and empower themselves and each other to navigate the overload of knowledge, information, data, and affects. I think that is very important. And the concept, and that is what I will end with, of disciplined interdisciplinarity and the method, making a method out of connection and integration is what we do in Utrecht. So when I can give in my last minute, maybe hopefully I have it, an answer to the question that you raised before, I would always say that it is important to teach students to have a double profile. To either a student starts with a specialized program, history, physics, whatever, and then has opportunities to broaden knowledges through inter and transdisciplinary classes, or the student starts thematically, inter and transdisciplinarily, and then still has the opportunity to go deep, to kind of develop a specialization. And for me, these double profiles is, that's I think what we need, not only for the world, because, we want to deal with academic and societal problems, but also for students themselves, for navigating academia in an interconnected world of even, of generative AI even. So for academia, but also for engaging with societal and planetary problems. I guess my time is up, and I hope to hear what you think of this.
Thank you very much, especially the highlights on these very interesting approaches to transdisciplinarity. I'm wondering if there is one or two questions, any audience?
I'm just curious about I really love the fact that you talked about these reading practices, because that's what we do in the project that I'm leading currently. So I have two questions. First one is, so are you then, you were now speaking that you teach this to the students and so forth. Are you also evaluating feedback from them or following up research-wise what happens in the process? That's my first question. Mm-hmm. And then the second question is, do you use a lot of embodiment in these practices? Meaning, like in our project, for example, we play with reading out loud, reading the text slowly, listening to different voices and so forth, and other ways. And that seems, at least from the research that I'm doing, to make a huge difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Two great questions. Start with the last one, embodied practices. The four ways of reading, so connective, diffractive, speedily and slowly. That's what I've experimented with now in a skills module just this academic year. The collective reading and reading out loud and all of these things that will be added to the course, but I haven't done it so far. I'm doing that a lot with not BA students, but professionals coming from arts and culture. So I have some experience with it. Whether I followed up with research, yes. But it is also a research challenge because when we in our liberal arts and sciences program think about do students actually become connective thinkers, and do we indeed empower them, etc. We're still struggling with this challenge. Of course, there is a bias to our sample, let's say, because we also attract certain students. In Utrecht, we're quite explicit about you can study in a disciplinary way, you can study in a thematic way, which means also an or transdisciplinary program, and you can also study in such a way that interdisciplinarity is not only a means to tackling a theme, but it is also an end in itself, which is the program that I lead. And for that program, we are always very keen on selecting students that really want that. So yeah, when we say that students become better connective thinkers, that also has something to do with our selection process. We do also do other kind of smaller projects on, for example, how well do broadly educated students do in specialized masters. And there the outcome was that a student from a broad bachelor program does very well in a specialist master because they know how to quickly familiarize themselves with new information, with new methods, etc. So that's what I have to offer.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for your talk. We are going to continue with the panel, but let's give another round of applause to Iris. While we are transforming the space for our three presenters, three researchers, I just want to let you confirm that the PPTs will be available after the conference, and we make sure that the video is also embedded.
Those were some fascinating talks, so I'd like to thank the speakers on those. I just sort of had like some points that I sort of thought that maybe is worth points that came to mind as the talks were going on, of sort of the importance of engaging in sort of multimodal perspectives and experiences and different modes of thought and thinking. Obviously sort of like tackling future challenges sort of came up, but also the importance of maybe looking backwards as well as forwards. Within that, I think the issues of sort of incentives or varying interests and the tensions that can result, I think were sort of common themes across the board there, dealing with complexity and wickedness. And then also I think the interesting one was the sort of trajectories for careers as well. I think there was sort of different perspectives as well on that as to the way to go. I think that sort of probably to me sort of suggests we don't really know what the future holds, and some of the sort of historic things get in the way of maybe where we need to go in the future. But those are just some of my thoughts. I think actually, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jake Byrne from Trinity College Dublin, and
Violeta from University of Barcelona.
Yeah, so we're just going to moderate this panel discussion. So I think we'll kick it off, and we'll give the floor to any questions from the audience. Do any questions? Actually, that's for yeah.
Thank you very much.
I begin. It's a very oriented question from my perspective. So I am teacher of chemistry in University of Montpellier, which is one university in France, a country in which I know very few place for dedicated interdisciplinary or even transdisciplinary programs. So my question is, in your opinion, do you think that there is a relationship in between the amount of work within a week of a student, the flexibility of the program, the freedom he has, and the capability to tackle, to have a broader analysis and perspective? In other words, is it possible to train a student, to prepare some student that can be selected, as you said, to be fully interdisciplinary prepared in the context of 40 hours a week of very specific program? For example, in your country, what is a workload in a week for such students? Is there any space for freedom of thinking or not?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think one of the important aspects of disciplined interdisciplinarity is that students encounter their own discipline in a new way when they work in an interdisciplinary context. So when I say disciplined interdisciplinarity, I mean actually three different things or three levels. Interdisciplinarity cannot exist without disciplines. So thank you for doing chemistry, thank you for doing digital humanities. And with disciplines, I also mean specializations. Some students have a hard time positioning themselves as a disciplinarian, but bring in a perspective. I find it important to teach students to be disciplined about what it means to integrate. So there are certain methods for integration. Now I talked about reading methods, but there are more methods: systems thinking, design thinking, traveling concepts, the interdisciplinary research process. I will discuss this tomorrow. So teach that method and make sure that students also learn about that method, and make sure that they reflect on interdisciplinarity and the process and the product of integration. And I think that when you organize teaching in such a way, where the disciplines play an important role, but also the technique of working in an interdisciplinary way, I think they learn as much about their discipline, and they mobilize their discipline. They work with their discipline while doing interdisciplinary stuff. And I always find that important. They don't just enter a classroom without knowledge about interdisciplinarity. They don't even need that. That's what we're going to teach them. They come in as a chemist, for example. So I hope that that will do something to maybe the cognitive load that you're suggesting.
Thank you very much for that question. I can only speak for the program that we are running, which is a master's program in sustainability. It has 3 specializations. Climate and energy is one, marine sustainability is another, and then global challenges as a broader sack of subjects. And so they are recruited from bachelor programs across the university and nationally and internationally. They work a lot. We see that they work many hours per week, maybe up to 40 or more. They don't have that much, so they are taught together. So the physicists and biologists and social scientists and law students working together, which demands a lot of intensive teaching, demands a lot from the teachers. I don't think that would be possible with the teaching law that you describe. So of course, there's simply not room for it. And sometimes you need, I guess, you need a chemist that has gone through the program that you describe. So I think there should be room for all these kinds of variants of education.
That's what I prepared earlier. We generally don't teach digital humanities, my area, at the undergraduate level. We're considering a possibility of a sort of an undergraduate minor, but it's for that very reason that you need to be disciplinary. We used to talk about T-shaped scholars. You need to understand how a discipline works before you can understand how a different discipline works, I think. And that has been my experience, and that's what I would subscribe to. There is one thing we do at the undergraduate level for, and I think that's important, which is in our system, we have this series of very large, very integrative modules called the Trinity electives. Very creative name, but they do force students to get out of their comfort zones. And we teach one called Thinking Digitally and Culturally. It is essentially a module about interdisciplinarity. And one of the things we do in that module is we group students quite conscientiously in teams from different disciplines and make them work together to create something and make them thoughtfully understand their discipline and their contribution through that of another. And that actually works very well, because what it does is it allows those students who see this as a very valid way for them to work to get the experience of it while they're still developing their own disciplinary knowledge. And that's the best balance we've found so far. Again, we may go deeper into it, but very carefully.
Can I just add something? It's funny, you said at some point, a student has to know how a discipline works before kind of starting to work in an interdisciplinary way. I think from my experience, some teachers are better at like also bringing in reflection than others. So I do also meet students that learn about also issues of epistemology, ontology, concepts, like for the first time when they're entering an inter or transdisciplinary classroom. So there are huge differences, I think, and also local differences. It differs between institutions as well. It's like, to what extent reflection on a discipline and on the university is integrated into disciplinary curricula. And sometimes it's hard to expect, sometimes it can be that a media studies scholar, I would expect lots of reflection on academia, on the university, etc. Sometimes I bump into a media studies student who, for some reason, has not received that kind of education. So it is really a matter of chance sometimes. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Sorry, Patricia, I am a senior lecturer, I will say, or associate professor in biology. I think, do you think it's more important now to learn to students how to use reflections, critical thinking, that to transmit knowledge? Because knowledge is accessible and very accessible and very quickly. And sometimes I don't have answers. They say, oh, don't worry, I will ask ChatGPT, Wikipedia, something like that, I will find it. But what they don't know is how to reflect, how to take time to reflect, how to balance between knowledge is important of if it's trustable or not.
Important question. So Michel Serre in his book Thumbelina, he talks a lot about this. He says, I'm an old man, I'm sitting in the subway in Paris, I'm looking at young kids, young professionals accessing all the data, all the knowledge of the world through their thumb. And he's very happy about that. So he talks about like this access paradigm. And of course, you raise exactly the point that is then missed. It's reflection. It's how these knowledges, have been previously have been organized. How you can mobilize them. How you can use them. And that is stuff that happens, even in lecture theaters like this, that Michel Serres is very much against. And I think that's why in my close environment, I talk about broad, deep, integrative, and reflective knowledges or attitudes, and the importance of teaching all of them to students, and of course not all of them equally, because students make different choices, but to at least address some of this in a program. So when a student chooses chemistry and takes one interdisciplinary course, that can be a life-changing experience, and that may, change the study trajectory of that student. It may, in such a way that, they end up in an interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary master, or they learn that they love their own discipline. You talked about the importance of monodisciplinarity so much that they continue studying that monodiscipline, quote unquote, if that exists, because disciplines are permeable, dynamic, etc. But with a more reflective attitude. Yeah, that's my idea.
I think when you say reflective, it maps onto the way I would use the word critical. And I think criticality is going to become increasingly important, because we're at an interesting moment in terms of just epistemologically, because things that we used to rely on as sources of knowledge are starting to crack. We can't trust our eyes anymore because it might be a deep fake. We can't trust we can't trust a conversation anymore because it might be a conversation with an AI agent, which might be hallucinating. So I think, and that's where I think that this kind of commercialist passivity is going to have to crack one way or the other. And the worry is that it'll crack in such a way that we just sort of give in to our robot overlords, or that society fractures between those who are able to see through to what's really happening. Again, we're back to Plato's cave, aren't we? But we repeatedly end up in Plato's cave. So I would say that one of the, as somebody who teaches largely people coming from humanities background to be more conversant and comfortable with technology, I'd say the most important thing I teach them is precisely that. So I think that that's something we're going to need. And again, is that an interdisciplinary concern? It is in some ways, but it's so fundamental. Our world is technologized. We have to know how to deal with that, just as we need to know, basic, if there are cars and roads, we need to know how to cross safely. I think that is coming. And again, that kind of critical digital literacy become increasingly important. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, about critical thinking, so let me be the Luddite here. Sure. I think that we're expecting the students to be critically thinking, but maybe we should look to ourselves. So are we sufficiently critically thinking academics? And if we look at all the problems that these ChatGPT language models have created for us in the university in terms of exams, how we think about learning. So we're trying to constantly prevent people from cheating, which means that we have a system of exams and certification of knowledge that is primed to be to be gamed by this kind of technology, which maybe we should think critically about. Have we created a system where we become vulnerable to something that we easily could have avoided. So this is a kind of critical thinking that I'm missing at the university. So the students are okay, I think.
I think we have another question there.
Yes, I was just thinking that all of us, we live in an academic context, and I assume that for all of us, our science is not a simple mean, but an end, because it's more or less a passion. But many students that I know, at least, treat their studies often very instrumental. They see them as a degree that shall hire their worth on a labor market, and they are not interested to do more than they need. And now my question is, how is it in your countries? Do, for example, private companies see this as a value of a person with a degree that is able to do transdisciplinary thinking, or is this transdisciplinary topic something for purely academics? And if this private sector is not seeing this as a worth, is there any option from our academic sphere to show to the private economy that these potential laborers have more worth because they are able to do better work? Yeah, how is it?
I mean, I guess I could start since I'm holding the microphone. Again, from the perspective of the students that I teach, I do not think that their employers are looking at them and saying, oh, they came from an interdisciplinary program with a transdisciplinary edge. That's great. They say, oh, this is somebody who actually can understand both technology and the culture that it is entangled with. And that is of huge value because of the way they can then communicate about technology, because of the way that they can then contribute to the management or the ethical oversight of technology, because of the way that they can then insert themselves into a context which is both cultural and technological. So I don't think that the transdisciplinarity as a badge is attractive, but I think that the skill set and the fluency that the students are coming out with from this master's program is actually very powerful for them. And those students who actually take it on as a challenge and actually wrestle with it do very well in the job market. Those who are just looking for a piece of paper actually don't, and they get very frustrated. And they come back to me and they say, I can't find a job. And it's like, well, did you actually allow that to be a transformative experience? And that's the real challenge, I think. And I think this is a problem, again, going back to I don't think that was a Luddite comment at all. But I think what's happened is technological affordances have outstripped the proxies we put in place. An exam is a proxy for having a particular amount of knowledge. A paper is a proxy for being able to think about certain ideas. So our proxies are out of date. So how do we now go back to the idea of, okay, well, we really want people to have that body of knowledge that we can verify and that some external force can verify? I think that that's where the benefit is, but that's not, there may be gaps in the language between how we express what we're doing and how that benefit is seen.
It's a great question. There's not that much research out there on employability and students coming from inter and transdisciplinary programs. One person who's done that is Carl Gombrich. He used to coordinate it was called BASC, the Bachelor of Arts and Sciences at University College London. He did lots of research on employability. And after a couple of years at BASC, he founded, together with some industry partners, a new university, the London Interdisciplinary School. That is a startup university that is funded by companies that believe and have experience with the skills that students and their value that students have that come out of inter and trans. In his case, it's very much inter, although when you look at the curriculum, it's trans anyway, of these kinds of programs. So I think there is the field out there does see it, but because we have this case and is one, but it is a convincing case in London at the moment. I really suggest you look it up, the London Interdisciplinary School. It's very cool. But when I reflect on what is happening there, I always have to also think about like maybe 20 years back, 15 years back, our university would get phone calls. I mean, now it would be emails from especially consultancy companies, and they would ask for the names of students that finished 2 degrees, 2 BA degrees, 2 MA degrees. So, and for some reason, and I think you explained quite well why these students are attractive. You know, the student in mathematics and musicology, the student in information science and whatever, that there's something happening there. The London Interdisciplinary School and their network, they've really managed to even set up a new institution. But I think this tradition goes back many decades maybe, but we just have not looked at it yet. It's an under-researched field, I think.
Yes, thank you. We have some knowledge of the graduates that we have produced so far. So what are their competencies when they leave? I think we're not able to teach them, you know, specialized knowledge in different fields, but we're able to teach them, to be realistic, we're able to teach them how to reflect on the limitations of their own knowledge and how to choose experts in the fields that they don't know about themselves. So this is very valuable competencies where they are going. So that will be typically in companies as sustainability coordinators or consultants, in a municipality or other public sector places, and NGOs. But that I think is a key competence, and I think we're quite successful in teaching it. Transdisciplinary, I wouldn't call it, you know, that it's not a transdisciplinary program. So it might be interdisciplinary, but I think mostly it's a multidisciplinary program. So to be a little humble there. Thank you.
Another question here.
Thank you, everybody, for the talks. Yeah, and the flip side to that question, I think also, and I was trying to find the red thread, if there is one, between all of the talks, but I couldn't. But I did have this like a diffractive reading, like something popping in my head is like this rebellious nature of interdisciplinary, which used to be, I think, part of doing interdisciplinary work, like to be rebellious against your discipline. And I didn't hear that in none of, I a bit felt it with Iris's talk, and I know, and it was exciting. It's also a very kind of exciting methodologies, the kind of rebellion against the natural order. But I'm a bit concerned that this rebellious nature turns into kind of questions of employability, the competences, the skills, what are the companies going to want, and so forth, which is great for many people. But can we imagine like inter and transdisciplinary education creating the next, I don't like this word also, what is it called in business? Disturbance or something like this. But can we imagine disruption? Yeah. But I mean, the next generation of interdisciplinarians might be people who take down the state, like mentioned, one of the talks was talking about, or we might need a lot more of that even. So not necessarily I'm used to seeing myself and the people around me as nerds, right? The researchers, the academic community as a kind of nerds support group almost. But maybe is there another side? Is there a more rebellious side to interdisciplinary work today still, and where is it located, or how, besides in the methodologies and the spontaneousness, which is exciting, but can there be more of that? And I think with that, you also can recruit more students, actually, because that's what teenagers want. They just want to rebel. No, honestly. So you work with it and you mobilize that rebellious nature rather than tell them, oh, you can go work for Apple. Oh, you can go work and you have a ping pong table at Apple headquarters in Ireland, you know? I'm sorry, but I miss a bit that rebellious nature kind of, and maybe what do you think about that? That's marketing. Yeah, it's good marketing also, and I mean, yeah, social media everywhere. Sorry.
I think these
It's a foolish provocation, but
but I think these approaches are deeply subversive. And I remember 10 years ago when we hired the first digital humanist in my institution, there was one particular colleague who said, well, but this is the destruction of my job. I mean, they really believe that this, and that we somehow had this magical machine where we put in, 3 keywords and we get the research paper out. This was years before ChatGPT, which we now do have that. Of course, the research paper is bad. But I think that when you're taking, I certainly see this at the institutional level. We are the gadflies in the inter and transdisciplinary programs. We make the institution uncomfortable because, again, the proxies for organization that the institution has decided represent us do not represent us. And I am constantly going, well, that doesn't really work because you have these other programs that sit outside of this. So you've had the ambition to create these programs, but you haven't had the ambition to actually organize the university in a way to make that really work. So there's a subversion there, but also, I mean, certainly there's plenty. I mean, as I think I hinted at in my presentation, there's a lot of people for whom the work that I do is deeply uncomfortable because they are afraid that I am going to overturn the tradition of the humanities. Now, I've worked enough with scientists to know that you do not have any kind of applied work without feeding the pipeline at the basic level. So I don't have that fear, but I still think that there's a lot of questions that get asked. And of course, this whole, they feel that you might be playing into that idea that, well, the humanities have to have a use and it's just a neoliberalist plot. I don't think it is. I think it is about enriching how we create the world around us. But I think, I mean, I heard subversion, so maybe I'm just attuned to that.
I think for me, I see what you mean. And of course, disciplined interdisciplinarity works with the Foucauldian notion of discipline. It's the minute you discipline something, you can also take that up as a position to speak back from and to, engage in further subversions maybe. But the most important aspect for me of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary education and teaching students how to do inter and transdisciplinary research is that it allows them to ask their own questions and to mobilize kind of concerns, societal concerns, identity concerns, like lots of planetary concerns, and translate them into research. So for me, it is the most important aspect of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity is that the students ask the questions. It's not me saying this is what you have to research. It is, you're in a group or you're behind your desk on your own, and the invitation is to come up with a research project. And I think this is also how interdisciplinarity started with the feminists, the student movement, the Black movement, like all these movements claiming space at the university and asking uncomfortable questions that were highly societally relevant and urgent. And I think we're in a different era now. So, yes, there's also this kind of more neoliberal twist to our own discussions. But I think the fact that students ask the questions and set up the projects, that's what makes it rebellious for me.
I think we have a last word there, because we're at time, but yeah.
A last word?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the rebellious interdisciplinarity. So I think, again, with the master's program, in sustainability. So in Norway, I don't know about here, but in Norway, sustainability has entered into curricula from kindergarten until, high school. So what is surprising is that students, want to hear even more about sustainability when they come at the master's level. But what's meeting them there And I think that's the attraction, is a critical view on the SDGs. You know, they are taught that circular economy is in conflict with the second law of thermodynamics, so it's never going to work. But that kind of information for a young, engaged student that's the attraction, I think. And then also to learn something that is useful for the work life afterwards, but the feeling of being part of something that is subversive, but at the same time constructive, which I think the teachers there are you know, they succeed in doing.
Brilliant. So thank you for that. And thanks to the speakers and the questions. I think we've probably started more conversations than we've finished today in terms of the topics that we've covered. So I think that brings us to the end. Gilles, do you want to close out? Yeah. Okay. So thanks to the speakers for that.
I will be very brief. Before closing, I wanted to thank a lot of people, but before thanking the people, I will take the opportunity to have the speakers here to ask you a very last question. You are not obliged to answer now, but at least by email, because I'm very pragmatic and I want that this meeting as a final purpose. As you may know, CHARM-EU is about a lot of things, making the university collaborating in a tight way in many fields: research, education, collaboration between direction, so on, mobility, as I mentioned this morning. But also we have a program, we have ambition in doctoral education, in transdisciplinary education. So I have only one question. What do you think us as an alliance, as a European alliance, can do better than a single university alone in the field of PhD training, PhD, transdisciplinary PhD, but also in terms of research, joint research? So it's a difficult question because it is a question about the added value in terms of research of CHARM-EU Alliance. So I wanted to have a kind of external point of view from all of you, especially the speakers who are researchers in their own institution. So I don't know if you want to answer now or let's say maybe one day, but please inform us, drop an email or have a nice chat. It will be very informative. So I want to close. Thank you very much to all the people attending this session till the end. I want, of course, to thank warmly all the speakers which reflect the huge diversity, cultural diversity of the 9 universities of CHARM-EU. It was the first time, but I think it was a great inspiration for all of us. I want to also to thank warmly all the people of University of Montpellier, especially all the people in the offices and direction of course, international affairs, direction of research and doctoral study, the Collège Doctoral, and thank you very much to the direction of communication, but also to the direction of informatics and system for this broadcasting of the whole day. So it's a very nice, well done. The School of Chemistry for welcoming us here. Of course, the KCT, those the knowledge creation team that design this program and that continue to lead the fantastic summer school with the PhD student we have the chance to host in Montpellier. And I hope that I forget nobody, but thank you very much to the CHARM-EU team in general. Thank you.